So we see Wenjing, ace-10 one hand, pocket threes the next, and it's a tough spot. You move from 10 bigs to 12 bigs, and it's with a slightly more vulnerable hand, the small pocket pair. And yeah, I'm not surprised to see a fold there. Taking the conservative approach. Again, potentially happy to wait for a better spot. There's some big pay jumps coming up. It's certainly a playable stack, the 12 big blinds. We can make it work. Again, speaking of Adrian, a very, very talented player, but we are looking at a long time since a title, more than 2.5 years since he collected any silverware. And now Nicholas Lee finding the King 5 suited and using his stack. He's happy to consider that an opening candidate and gets it through. And now for our viewers, it is 9 o'clock, which means that YouTube is now up and running. If you wish to switch platforms, get off Facebook. If you've got YouTube on your TV, if you want to get comfy on the couch, grab some popcorn, you can find us there. It's a higher quality potential, I believe. Thanks again to Matthew Marshall, Jamie Hall, the spearheads of the media here at King's Room, doing a wonderful job putting this together. And again, you can either find us in the YouTube comments, you can use the YouTube comments or Facebook to say g'day, say hello. The final table photo is live on our King's Room Facebook page. But yeah, once again, I'm Chris here, joined by Mark, and we'd love some company in the comments if you want to say hello. Feeling calm now, Mark? Things going smoothly?
Enjoying it, in good company. I'm actually quite surprised at this first round. They're all sizing each other out a little bit. There's a couple of players there who I know they're very aggressive, but they're feeling their way through. And I'm expecting this to really ramp up in the next 15 minutes.
Yep, plenty of players tuning in on the stream. Viewer count up around that century mark. Yep, some lovely supportive comments there. Andreas Michael saying, so amazing to see what Natan and team have done with King's Poker over the last 10 years. Brilliant stuff.
Surely there's some abuse coming through, isn't there?
Thank you very much, Connor Spinks. The clones are my favourite commentators ever. I don't know. I think it will be... visually, it looks good if I'm talking to myself, but if you're hearing me interviewing myself at any point during the week, feel free to phone the mental hotlines and get some help here to drag me out in a straitjacket. So, Chris, how are you today? I'm pretty good, Chris. How are you, Chris? I'm good, Chris. Having a lot of fun. In good company, Chris. Yes, Chris is great company. Yes, thank you, Chris. Yeah, no, none of that. Just tested it a little bit, and I sound insane. So.
Okay, Wenjing, let's go.
Just found the jam.
Clubs.
One pip up from the ace-7 of clubs we saw Alan stick the 18 bigs in earlier with. But she could be in trouble here. So she rips it from gun 1, gun 2 Nicholas Lee with the ace-jack off. And again, it's not a decision to take lightly. He's got players behind him, and that influences his decision to fold. And Wenjing's going to love that, looking back on the stream, to see ace-jack and ace-9 move out of the way. However, the negative news is if Adrian finds the call here with 7s, which off his stack would not be a surprise, especially in a later position than those that found the earlier folds, Wenjing's going to struggle to have some outs to work with 2 of the aces now dead. But Adrian finds the fold with the 7s. And Hao Chen wakes up with the ace-king, and that is one ace that will probably, it's safe to say, not be folding. She found a fold from ace-jack. She's found a fold from ace-9. Pocket sevens move out of the way, but in the small blind, Hao Chen finds the ace-king. Well, there's no more aces in the deck. The eight's alive. The clubs can prove some hope, but the king of clubs in Hao Chen's hand is one less that she can hit, and she's going to need some help here. 41% chance to find a double up and survive in this tournament. 9 in the window, queen and a 4, backdoor clubs at best. Needs to find either an 8 or a queen or a 9, a queen or a 4 for a chop. She does not find it, and that there is going to be our first elimination of our final table. Wen Xingjiang out in 9th place for $8,900.
Congratulations to Wen Jing.
A great run.
Final lady left.
From a field of what?
Like I said, super, great person, great supporter. She should be really proud of herself.
Out of 634 players, 8 remain. 9th place, Wen Jing. And it's a funny hand how that played out. She jams the ace-8 and gets a fold from ace-9, ace-jack, and sevens.
Super surprised with the ace-jack. Even more surprised then with the pocket sevens.
You can justify it. I believe if Nicholas was in any later position, we would have seen a comfortable fold, but I think he's just erring on the side of caution. I don't think it's a crazy fold. We can see the cards, obviously.
We're geniuses here.
Yeah, for the viewers at home, we actually can't see what the cards are. We're just making predictions as to what the players have. No, but in all seriousness, like, if she's going to watch back the stream and see that hand play out, she's going, what? I got through ace-jack, I got through ace-9, sevens got out of the way, and then
so close
to the finish line. And even then, she still had outs. Just needed a double-paired board to find a chop, at least. But it wasn't to be. And now 8 remain. Again, say hello in the comments. We got some notables tuning in for their viewership. Didier Guérin, excuse my French. Lovely to have
great guy,
him on
Didier.
board.
Great commentator too.
Wonderful commentator, and
make your way near and just save me, bud.
He's a good reason why I'm here today. He gave me a lot of support at the APT State of Origin event, and requested that I lend my services in the commentary booth on that occasion. I had an absolute ball that day, and fast forward to now where I am once again here.
Definitely one of the good guys.
Good's putting it lightly.
Yeah. One
of the great guys. Harry Basil as well, one of my regulars from my nightly games when I started as a TD, I've lost count, 7 years ago. Jeez. Harry, whether it's a free roll or a 2.5K Centurion, Harry Basil is there. He's got time for everyone and everything. Whether he'll enjoy a free roll as much as he would a multi-day, multi-flight, massive main event. He's just good for the game to have him around. And if you don't really want to talk with us in the comments, at least show your support for those on this final table. Give him a cheer. Wish him well. As Adrian bumps up the Queen Jack O from middle position, and Nicholas Lee defends from the big line with the best hand currently, the ace-10, king in the window. And neither player loving this flop, but Adrian is the pre-flop aggressor. Can possibly get this taken down with a c-bet, but ace-high might be good enough to continue here with, to peel at least maybe one more street and keep Adrian honest. We can see that he's a 72% chance to win the hand, and both of them with plenty of chips to play with, and he finds a call. And that is a nice card for Nicholas. He's going to feel a little more comfortable now. Definitely improving his hand. He's not in good shape against any possible kings that Adrian has, but any pairs he might have been opening are now not looking so good against this ace. And I think he's going to try and realise some equity here. Realise that his hand should probably slow down and know that he's got outs to a 10 if he were to improve. And you can only go so far with that big stack. If you want to try and bully, if you want to try and dominate the table, you've got to know when to slow down so you're not punting off your stack too much, especially when you have the opportunity to play for such a large amount of money. And Nicholas going for value here on the river. Adrian will ponder it for a bit. And he's going to find a call with Queen High, which is interesting, but I don't mind it. But Nicholas there just happened to have it. Find an ace. Pretty dry board, the ace, king, king. If there's a board for Queen High to be good on, sometimes it is that one. So if you're wondering why Adrian's finding a call there, it's got some showdown value. And I wouldn't be doubting Adrian's decision-making up to this point.
Who are we to criticise? At the end of the day, I've got to say, first two rounds, a real distinct lack of three betting.
Yep.
That did surprise me then from the big blind, but once again, Mr. Lee, he won it, so he's done well. I'd like to see Jamal and Cleaver. They're kind of just finding their way a little bit. They're yet to play a hand on the final table.
Yeah, tougher for Jamal because he's the short stack, so he's hopefully waiting for a spot.
Correct.
And I think the blinds are up this... Oh, no, the blinds are not up this hand. It's still 51. I think they'll be going up the next hand. I think the clock is about to expire for the end of the level, and we got a hijack open from Hao Chen with the ace-jack of diamonds. And Jamal there, he's quite short-stacked, but we do want to be seeing a lot of defending with these suited kind of picture card hands. You were already in for a big blind and an ante. You're getting the right price to peel one, see a flop, try to see three cards and find an opportunity to go further. And he flops the best of it, but not by much. He's a 52% chance with a pair of threes up against a nut flush draw for Hao Chen. Now we can see that Jamal does have the best hand, and it's a board that is going to favour the blinds more than any open, but Hao Chen will not be going anywhere with this draw. And he bets one big blind on this flop, trying to string Jamal along, potentially induce a jam if Jamal wants to get dicey here. I wouldn't mind a jam on that kind of board. Could be getting a lot of folds from a lot of opens, and there is...
I don't think he's going to get a fold.
I don't think he would have gotten a fold, not in that scenario, but any other ace-jack off or ace-king off.
For sure.
Yeah, can be finding a fold there if Jamal were to turn that into a bluff on that kind of board. The 7-3 deuce. Got big blind written all over it, but... and he leads the river. And Hao Chen just double-checking his hand. I go, yep, that's the nuts. And the question is how big, and at this stage, do you just put Jamal in? Do you try to string him along with a bet of 250, which is what it looks like he's bet? No, 600.
600.
That's the colour blindness there.
It's okay, mate. I'm here for you.
Yep. As long as we don't have two colourblind people in this commentary booth, I'll be fine.
So what's interesting for anyone who's watching, the brown chips there, obviously the time chips, everyone on the final table got topped up to 6 time chips each.
Yep.
The shot clock, 30 seconds by 30 seconds.
Thanks for those leaving some comments in the chat. Thank you, Harry. I don't know if we'll be getting the other Chris into the commentary booth anytime soon. Look, if I'm stuck on my own at any given point, I will... you might get me talking to myself or singing to myself or something. We'll see what we can dial up in terms of entertainment. Anthony Pace, thank you very much. Thanks for your comment. Still warming into the role, but I'm feeling pretty comfortable already. I've just had 2 plane trips today, just coming from Townsville, but I do not feel tired at all. I feel energized. I'm excited. The occasion is well and truly worth the energy.
Did you hit the felt in Townsville?
I did not. I generally don't play at those series. If there's one I could have, look, if there's an event, if there's a series where I can play, it's that one. It's all about a light-hearted nature at those jobs. It's relaxing in the pool. It's picking up a frozen slushy cocktail every now and then. It's
nice.
All about the good vibes there. So they're pretty lax on the staff, enjoying themselves. You know, still do a good job, but have a bit of fun. And then we got Wang opening here and Kleber again. You're talking about the lack of 3-betting, and when Wang's opening hands like ace-3 offsuit from gun +1, I think I'd be making some adjustments. So this is where being on the stream is interesting. You want someone watching at home to potentially feed some info to you. And again, I wouldn't be too frightened of a 9-high board, but with that turn...
So he's a visionary. He knew it was coming.
Yeah, Wang there turns the best of it, finds 2 pair. And if Kleber wasn't worried about a 9-high board, he might be a little bit more with this ace on the turn, and maybe a second barrel might be enough to get him out of the way. And I'd love to see some 3-betting, as you mentioned, Mark. Hello, Noel Jaber. Yes, the new Kings game at Bella Vista. I live 5 minutes or 10 minutes from there, so to have a dealer dealt game that I don't need to travel up to Churchill's or to the casino or to...
I believe Noel's a regular there.
He is a regular there. I do see Noel Jaber regularly at the Bella Vista Hotel.
You guys would have a bit of a battle there.
We have a good bit of fun
on the table.
We've actually, we've still cleared. When he's run deep, I've either not been there or I haven't run deep. And then when I run deep, he hasn't been there. So I had 3 runs in a row. There I found a win. Then the next week I got
nice break.
I got scammed with Kings against King Queen. I lost that hand, finished in 5th, and then the week after that, I got to heads up against Adrian Mendoza, and I had the chip lead, and Adrian scammed me twice. He got it in behind and won both.
But you're not hurting about it.
Oh, no, I'm definitely not angry about him getting it in with the worst of it and winning at all. We actually made a chop where winner got more money and second got less money. It was like $1,980 or something. And we said, Can we make it an even 2K for first? And we did, and he must have known that he was going to suck out on me, so he was happy to take the deal. No, I love Adrian. It was actually a fun heads-up battle. But it's a good game at the Bella Vista Hotel, Tuesday nights
so
around
we've
the corner
got
from my
Jamal
place.
all in here for his 6 bigs.
Yes, there's a stream that we're commentating on at the moment. Thanks for reminding me, Mark. Bringing me back down to earth as I... tell my bad beat stories to all 118 of you. Jamal, yes.
Interesting spot.
Down to a handful of big blinds. Kleber there finds it flat.
He's called him. Okay.
Adrian clears the way with the 6 deuce of diamonds. And 39% chance of surviving in this tournament is Jamal. But that is one of the worst flops you could ask for. There's a turn card that provides a little bit of hope, needs a queen and a queen only, doesn't find it. And Jamal Ishak is going to be our 8th place finisher here in the Colossus. And he'll be taking home a very handsome $10,900. We've entered the 5-figure mark in terms of the payouts from this point onwards.
He's had a good couple of weeks, Jamal, so congratulations, mate.
And now from this point onwards, everyone guaranteed $13,000 minimum. And speaking of 13, that is the number of big blinds belonging to the short stack. Now Alan Cassis, as the blinds are now currently 50,000, 125,000. Alan there might have a better chance of finding a double if he takes that hat off. If I were any more colourblind, I'd be thinking he's part of the yellow bucket hat crew, but I can kind of tell that's far from yellow. Speaking of the yellow bucket hat crew, a couple of the boys in the room tonight I saw playing in the Players' Champs, Keo Win, Rob Liu. Rob coming off the back of a third place finish at the WPT Main, the
Huge
5.5K Championship, $200,000 going his way.
Super well deserved.
We'll be seeing some of the boys throughout the week from the Hills District of Sydney. Up my end, the Zach Gay, George Zane, Chris Petrie, the reigning Colossus champion. He was, he's looking forward to jumping into the booth at some point. He won this event 12 months ago. As we see Wang wake up with the eights in the big blind as Adrian completes. And the question is, how big? Does he bump it up to 300, 350 maybe, 325? Can't really see with the head in the way, low camera angle. Let's see how close I am. I hedged my bets on a few sizes. Let's hope I hit one of them. 375.
Not bad.
Yeah, pretty standard. I don't imagine Adrian will be continuing with this particular hand in this spot. Fine to complete, just happens to run into it. And I stand corrected. Adrian is coming along for the ride with the 7-6. He's going to assume that if he's up against some higher cards, I need some two pictures that he's got some live outs. There's one of them, and there's two of them.
Wow.
Wow, that is that's a flop. So the only thing I can think of is that Adrian was hoping that he was not up against a higher pocket pair, because as we can see, pre-flop he was not in good shape, and he was going to hope that he could spike a 7 or a 6, some straight outs, but instead he's flop trips, and he's likely to check call. I don't know if I like a check raise in this spot on a board like this. It just looks too strong to check raise in this scenario. You want to be keeping Wang's bluffs in, or in this case, pocket eights. Definitely not too scared of this board. Adrian, I imagine, might lay the trap again with another check, as he does. And does Wang slow down here and try to get to showdown, or does he continue his story? Does he represent a king? He's a little bit confused by the look on his face, potentially. Decides to check back, hopes to realize, well, hopes to get to showdown, and that ace is probably better for Wang's range, but that's a good thing for Adrian. He'd be hoping that Wang's peeled off an ace on the river here, so if we see a third check, potentially could be to try and induce a bet from an ace that might have hit, or I reckon Adrian probably leads out on this river and hope he gets called by an ace. And the question is what size? He goes through, I'm not going to guess, I'm struggling with those colours. Is that 300?
I think it is 300.
Oh, he's bet 150.
Okay, 150. Wow.
And that is, well, he's gone for a blocker bet on this river. So he's gone for, well, I think with this bet, I actually really like it because it can induce some raises, or just get a call from a hand like pocket eights and get paid off for a few extra chips, which is what ends up happening. So I like the blocker bet there from Adrian. Can get called by a lot of weak hands just to string a little bit of extra value. Can induce a raise from, you know, if Wang happen to have ace king in that spot and makes two pair on that river. So Adrian there plays that hand very nicely. Only thing questionable is possibly peeling pre, but we can see the cards. We can see he was in bad shape, but like I said, justification is the assumption that he'd have two live cards.
He's also got the chip stack to be
To
able
do
to
it,
play with
absolutely.
it, so it wasn't too bad. There were lots of kings that Wang could have had.
Yeah.
King, queen, king, jack, king 10.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
he's
think
done
that,
well.
that check on the turn from Wang kind of said that he was giving up on trying to represent a king. Or at least trying to get to showdown, even if he did have a
Right.
king.
I
So
think we're going to have some action here from
Fletcher.
young Fletcher.
Yep. His name is back in order.
Mr. Patience.
Yep. Under the gun. I imagine we'll just see a clean raise to 250,000, which it is. And we'll see if we have any candidates to come along for the ride. Now, Adrian with the 10-7 suited on the button. If he's happy to come along with the 6-7, we could have maybe seen some action there, but he's happy to get out of the way. Like we said, maybe he's taking into account Fletcher's tendencies that we've seen so far, but Wang from the small, not going anywhere with 8s.
I think he kept them from the last 10.
Yes. They're the same suit?
Might have been.
Can rewind. Different suits. Maybe kept the 8 of clubs. And that there is an interesting board because if I'm Wang Chen, I'm liking that flop. Happy to check it to the aggressor. Fletcher here likely to continue. And he does. You might argue checking back because you wouldn't be too worried about that flop and maybe laying a trap or under-repping your hand. But in this spot, you want to be protecting your bluff sometimes. So if you've got some random ace highs or king highs and want to lead out on that board, then you've got to be balancing it with your strong hands as well. And finds a call, and that's a card that I don't think matters too much. Wang wouldn't be too worried about a 9 peeling off because there's not too many hands in Fletcher's range that really connect with that card. So if he thinks he's good on the flop, that turn isn't going to change too much, but Fletcher's going to go with a second barrel, and we'll see if Wang does still come along or if he gets scared off. With a size up from the 125 on the flop to the 425 on the turn. Comes along,
Comes a big raise.
that's a raise, and
A bit over $1 million,
Wow.
1.1 I think. It
and
is
now
1.1.
what is going through Fletcher's mind here? How were you talking about? Was it Wang that you were talking about with the high V pip?
Yeah, I've been watching Wang for the last 2
So-
days, and he's not shy. He's,
Yeah, so if Fletcher knows that, and if seemingly if he's,
Well, he's
not
flooded.
scared of this raise, he knows that Wang is capable of bluffing in this spot, then that's what it appears to be. Imagine a river bomb here. There's 3.2 in the pot, 2.3 behind, and he covers Fletcher. Does he put him in for his tournament life? Really put him to the test here. Go small. I would have loved to see a jam after that.
It's about 550, isn't it?
Yeah, and
Oh, no,
it
800.
makes an easy call for Fletcher on the
Easy
river.
call.
And Fletcher, they're not deterred at all by that raise on the turn because, yes, he's got queens, but you've got to think what hands are raising here. Some random diamonds, perhaps, that want to turn that into a semi-bluff with a flush draw. There's not too many 4s in Wang's range. I think the only hand he's trying to rep there is like pocket 9s that turns a boat.
100%. No, he's going nowhere.
So, good on Fletcher. I'm more just impressed at how quickly he found the call in that spot. And I guess, do you reckon they've had a bit of history playing together, would you say, Mark?
I doubt it because Wang Chen would be new to the room.
Okay.
So unless they've encountered each other in other rooms.
Or maybe earlier in the tournament, perhaps.
But he might have a bit of intel from his
From
many
his-
mates watching
Watching
the
the
stream.
stream. So, yeah, there's plenty of support for Fletcher in the comments. And perhaps you guys have been keeping him posted on some of the tendencies of the players at the table. And if you look at that, Fletcher claws above the $6 million, or 6 million chip mark, rather. Still third in chips, but that is a healthy stack for someone as capable as Fletcher is.
Expect we'll see a raise here. Just his standard.
Yeah, well, we've been seeing some completes here from the small blind with hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, but I think Ace Queen needs a little bit of protection, especially offsuit, so we've got to bump it up, and 10-3 offsuit is finding its way into the mark pretty comfortably there for Fletcher. Happy to sit on that stack that he's just collected. And now weighing, dwindling down to about the 12 big mark. With some work to do. A reminder of the payouts. Next elimination will walk away with $13,000. And it's going to be 15,900 for 6th. 5th place will get 21,000. 4th place, 26,650. A healthy jump to the $37,000 going to our 3rd place finisher. Runner-up will take $57,000 and 88 grand.
Not a bad day's work.
Awaits the champion. A solid salary right there. Actually, maybe not in Sydney with the with the cost of living these days. But nothing to sneeze at whatsoever. 88 grand.
Okay, we've got an all in here. Ace Jack.
Wang's found the spot, the Ace Jack off, and
It's a good spot.
even better spot when you're last person to act as 3 deuce offsuit. So, claws back up. We got Greg Zanakis in the comments, the poker coaching master himself. He's asking who's commentating.
Wow.
Do we keep him guessing?
We've got royalty.
We got to get him in the booth. He would have come here and...
Greg, all I can say is sorry for the bad beat, champion.
What happened?
Just
generally speaking.
Just
Yeah,
in
fair,
general,
of course,
he loves
of course.
the sorry for the bad beat.
Yep.
Gets it in and hopes for the best.
Yeah, if he sees someone play pocket kings pocket kings. Greg, you've come right on time, and
The God.
right on time to let Alan know that he's got to fold this. You got to fold, Alan. What are you doing? Fletcher's got an ace. He's going to hit an ace on the flop. You got to fold your kings.
Do you think he's been coached by Greg?
Well, if he folds the kings, he will know that Greg's in his ear. But I have a
The mock himself.
I have a strange suspicion that Alan might not be folding the kings, and he might
There's
just
no
rip
fold
it in.
here. Yeah.
Now, Fletcher's got chips, but I don't think he's going to love calling off a jam from someone who I think is V-pimping for the first time on this table.
Agree, and lots of history between the two, so
Yeah,
they know each other really well.
Fletcher's, and given the way that Fletcher's been playing today as well, I'd be pretty surprised if he's putting it in with the ace-8. So, as expected, he lets it go. But little does Fletcher know that he would have hit an ace on the flop, because that's what Greg Zanakis is absolutely going to tell us.
Welcome to the stream, buddy.
So, Greg, you're being graced by the voice of Chris Waddy, usually behind the camera, but with Jamie Hall doing an amazing job. I've got the pleasure of hosting what is the very first stream here in the King's Room. Matty Marshall doing a fantastic job getting it up and running. A wonderful setup. And next to me is Mark Liddell, operator of King's Room himself, working alongside.
They got desperate, guys. Desperate times.
There we go, fold King's Pre.
Yeah, there we go.
It's like, say the line, Bart. Yeah, so Mark Liddell, the brains behind this wonderful series, alongside Natan, putting it together for us. Nicholas in the small blind. Again, all options at his disposal. We could see a complete, we could see a raise. I doubt we'll see a fold, but no, we won't see a fold. Can almost say that with some certainty. But if a stack of 6 mil and Kleber with less than half of that.
Okay, shoved it all in. He's
Just
put him under a bit of pressure. I love it. Yeah, nice spot.
Yeah, just, I don't mind that smaller pair, just happy to run it pre, don't want to bump it up. There's not many good flops for pocket fours. So just put the pressure on Kleber there. And again, no real super shorties. 15 bigs. I'd love to be at that table with 15 bigs. That is plenty to work with. Again, long way to go when you're up against the likes of these big stacks in the form of Adrian Pacheco and Nicholas Lee, and now Fletcher Smith into the mix with a solid stack as well. And Hao Chen, just there's the four horsemen there, all above the 5 mil mark. And nothing too pretty here in terms of hands that we're looking at right now in this one. Queen 6 suited from the small blind. We'll see complete, and I imagine that Adrian might be happy to take the 9-8 suited post flop, especially in position, and he does check. This could be interesting. And a little bit of a piece for either player. Would have been more interesting with maybe at least one diamond for Adrian, but it goes check, check. And that's a double gut shot draw for Adrian. So Kleber there turning 2 pair and it still goes check, check. And now maybe we'll see some money go on in this river. Given the line of check, 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 Adrian might find a call here. There's 2 flush draws that miss. It's not a large bet, but what kind of hands is Adrian beating here? There's some... I feel like Adrian might find a call here.
I think he might find a call as well.
But the counter it is Kleber hasn't been too active, and maybe he's going to give him a little bit of respect.
Another good read by myself.
Yep. No, but like I said the same thing, and then I thought about it for an extra 2 seconds and thought, well, Kleber hasn't been too active, and maybe Adrian's just willing to show him a little bit more respect in that particular spot, and that's the right read, and that's a credit to Adrian. There's a lot of people that would peel that 9 on the river and go, oh, I'll fit a pair, I'll pay you off, take my money, but no, treating every spot with care and finds the right fold there. Thanks again for those leaving comments in the chat. We're also live on YouTube. Brand new channel up and running as I fight to tell you what it is. Nicholas Lee in the cutoff with the King Jack of Diamonds, and Kleber now with probably his best hand yet on this table. You'd imagine we'd be seeing a 3-bet, especially on the button. You were talking about the lack of 3-betting.
This will be interesting.
Surely we see him bump it up here. We'd love to see a 3-bet here from Kleber. Ace-Queen suited could almost argue is more playable in position, and you might argue more of a reason to call, but offsuit, we need to be protecting this hand. We need to be putting more money into the middle. Usually.
Okay, so we did find a raise.
We'll find out exactly how much. Yep. Pretty standard size, right on the 3x mark precisely. Wouldn't mind seeing it slightly smaller, given he does have position, but I don't mind the flat 3x just to protect his hand, I suppose. Especially off Nicholas's stack. Might be finding a call anything smaller than that with the King Jack of Diamonds, but I'll have to give it a little bit more thought, especially out of position against a player that hasn't been too active. So the more I think of it, the more I realise that Nicholas might talk himself into folding here purely on the basis of how inactive Kleber's been. And he doesn't love it. He really doesn't love it, and he does find the fold. It's an excellent fold from Nicholas.
Super disciplined.
Yeah, he's got the stack to work with, but again, this is why... Oh, wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong hand. I'm so sorry. I've confused Nicholas there. And my apologies, ladies and gents. Now action is on Nicholas. I should look at the faces more and less on the hand. The hand is not over yet, and now I need to repeat the thought process. And same applies. He does find the fold. So, well done.
You're just a step ahead of him, buddy.
Just a
That's
step
all.
ahead. Sorry, guys. We 20-minute delay. No. So, what you're going to be looking for, guys, if you want to tune in on YouTube, is the channel King's Premium Poker Room. They've gone from 10 subscribers to 11 in the space of the last 2 seconds, thanks to the click of the button from my index finger. And there's 23 viewers on YouTube, so feel free to say hello in the chat. We have Mark Liddell is the Darwin Núñez of commentary.
Okay. Let's not talk Liverpool at the moment, okay? So that's actually quite funny.
Is it Núñez?
No, let's just say that was very non-complimentary.
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to get the pronunciation right. I'm seeing that
Núñez.
Núñez?
Darwin Núñez. Probably the worst striker that Liverpool's ever had in the...
Well, Mark has been wonderful to have with me for, I don't know how long it's been now. It's been a while.
It has been a while. I hope
quick.
I didn't put everyone to sleep, but
Well, it's
no,
been a good
it's
pleasure,
been great
especially
fun.
to
I'll
have...
certainly be back if you'll have me.
Oh, we'll absolutely have you back. The man behind it all, him and Natan, putting on a great show. And just as Fletcher wakes up with Queens, but this time no customers, get it through. And we're going to have Jamie Hall jumping back in, running back and forth, doing his camera and media duties. He's going to be back next to me in a matter of seconds to grace us with his dulcet English tones. English accent, rather. As he gets comfy next to me. Jamie, what's going on in the room?
God, gotta love Mark, eh?
Yeah, he's good. He's good value. He's not being too kind to himself. He's putting himself down a bit, but I'm getting nothing but support in these comments.
I think he's just one of the most likeable guys around. Like, just his rapport with everyone is just second to none. Like, just such a nice, good, and intelligent guy. It's a pleasure to work for him, and he's been absolutely paramount in my involvement with Kings.
Is that you raising a camera angle?
Yeah,
Good. There's been a bit of obstruction at certain times. So
yeah, indeed. And like I said,
like
this is
there, like
ironing out all of these little things that we want to get sorted out. Obviously, we didn't just bring in 9 people beforehand to do a sort of test, but this is still a little bit of the test stream.
bit of ironing out, but for the most part, it's looking great. It's just from that one particular angle, just trying to guess what Nicholas is betting and waiting an extra 5 seconds for it to come up in the graphic, and that's about it.
Yeah, there might be a bit of movement on some of these shots over the next couple of minutes as I just try and increase a couple of things. I've also been doing some posts as well, so as I heard you saying, YouTube is now live as well. We're going to try and increase a bit of quality. When I was looking at this a long time ago, I did think that YouTube was generally a bit better quality. It's also easier to adjust your quality settings on there. So I would always recommend watching on YouTube. I think it's a bit of a better viewing display and format and everything, but feel free to do what you want.
I've just bumped it up to the 1080p HD stream on YouTube, and I'm going to give a shameless plug for... It's not really a shameless plug, but I'm going to advocate for YouTube Premium. If there's one subscription that I have, whether it's Netflix or Stan or Paramount Plus or Amazon Prime or Binge or whatever, YouTube Premium is the one I would not give up.
How much do you pay for that?
It's $19.99 a month?
Yeah.
I don't know. It kind of just...
I need less subscriptions, man, not more. What of all the business and media stuff as well?
Yeah, all the paying for Adobe.
just softwares and softwares.
Oh, gosh,
and
yeah.
God knows what.
The hidden costs of being a photographer, they're not so hidden. But YouTube Premium, it's on the phone, it's great. You can download, I've been on 3 hours worth of flights today, and I can just hit download, and watch YouTube videos.
My brother's always talked about it for he's had it for 3 or 4 years.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's absolutely great.
And no ads. That's the biggest thing. People use ad blockers and stuff like that, but just more on the phone. Like, so I can't imagine. It's like your YouTube CPR procedure, and then you've got to sit through a 30-second ad while someone's choking in front of you. So that's it. Could save someone's life.
Did you just make that up, or have you said that before?
I've heard it been referenced before.
Okay, very good.
But it's worth the $20 to save someone's life.
That should be their ad campaign.
Hi, we're YouTube, and we're going to charge you
to save someone's life.
Save someone's life.
Just a little bit of report on the outside table.
Yes,
so the players' champs did hit the guarantee. Have you said that already, or am I double-handed?
Oh, it's hit the guarantee. Okay,
yes,
great. We
cool.
didn't know the exact numbers. I asked Mark. So, if you could tell me what the figures were for the first few flights. They got 68 in this field at the moment.
Yeah, I think it was 93 on the one before and around about 80 the one before that. So we crossed over the 200k. We're now at 216,000. We've still got another 4 levels of play at the moment until the end of the day, and then you've also got 2 levels of registration.
I was going to say, if hit the guarantee, if we're going even further, and Rego open on day 2 as well. So that is what we'll be streaming from 6 o'clock tomorrow. So we look forward to bringing you that coverage. But for now, it's all about the Colossus final table. We got Majid asking, is it streaming on YouTube as well? Absolutely it is. Twitch is also in the works, coming soon, but for now we're on Facebook. This is where I'm reading these comments, but we've just launched our new channel. We've got King's Premium Poker Room on YouTube. Once again, that's King's Premium Poker Room. Show them some support. Give them a subscribe. Hit the notifications bell to be notified when we go live with a stream. And Jamie and I were just talking about YouTube Premium because I love it. No ads. You can, and the best thing is when you're listening to music on your phone, you can turn the screen off or have something running in the background while the YouTube video is still playing. But you can listen to our commentary while you're playing Candy Crush. You know, you can have it running in the background thanks to YouTube Premium. So anyway, thank you for Jamie for popping in real quick to give us an update around the room. We would have had him in longer, but when the opportunity arises to have a professional join us in the booth to give us some actual hand analysis without me needing to pretend I know what I'm talking about, I will take that chance.
I keep getting relegated by bigger and better people. I'm just the stand-in, as it were. That's good for me.
We'll have plenty more of Jamie throughout the series, and we want you to keep coming in, giving us updates and give you a break from taking those photos. But for now, I'm excited to welcome Zach Vigo into the chair next to me.
Hey guys, how you going?
One more time, welcome to Zach.
Hello everyone, lovely to be here.
What were you just in today? Still kicking or just not quite going your way right now?
No tournaments today for me. Just finished up OzTag.
Oh, nice.
And
was wondering what that smell was. I'm joking.
Coming in to sweat my mate Nick on the final table.
Nice.
But yeah, friends with a lot of guys on this table, so it should be fun to watch.
Awesome. Yeah, so if you can give us some insight into some tendencies
here we go.
And what you think we might be seeing. So this is interesting from Fletcher. He's been pretty snug on this FT. He's been pretty snug this whole time. This is probably the most dicey he's gotten yet.
Yeah, well, Hao Chen here is opening into the chip leader, so it should be fairly tight, but
and he just finds
it is
flat.
cut off against button. Well, yeah, I mean, they don't really want to get stuck in here. What are the blinds?
50k, 125k.
Oh, okay, so we're super deep. Yeah, call here's good.
Okay, well, 2 queens is better than 1 if you're Hal.
Sure, this will go check, bet small, and then a call. I would assume there's no point to raise here.
Yeah, I agree. Do you see some checkbacks here in this scenario from Fletcher? Or
Oh, no, he's the 3-better. He's definitely, this board's pretty good for him. And
yeah, it was
just a small bet's good.
we saw a paired board earlier where he had queens. It was 4-deuce-4 and could be checking back to lay a trap, but I spoke about, protecting your bluffs as well by continuing with such a strong hand in those spots. So we can see that now that here he's got a bit of a bluff and
It's a spicy turn here.
not loving it now if you're Hao Chen.
Not at all. And I think Fletch just has to bet again. Turns are so good for his range. How shouldn't have many ace highs that just call the turn?
Yeah, well, considering
The flop, sorry.
considering that he's 3-bet this hand pre, continued with it on the flop, I don't see him slowing down on the turn. And if he does continue, it might be enough to win the hand. And he's reaching for
Let's
chips.
see how big he goes. Oh, it's 700.
Just a touch over third pot.
1/3 bet. The thing I see a lot here is people trap big hands. They get pretty sticky, and Hal obviously knows this is going to be a pretty good turn card for Fletcher to bluff.
Yeah, any ace highs that he's just going with on the flop are now looking very good on this turn.
If Hal calls here, it's going to be hard for Fletcher to go
Oh, imagine
all the
a
way on the
triple
river.
barrel. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think at this point, if Hal does find a call on the turn, Fletcher might have to.
Because Hal still has plenty of Queen X.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah, wow.
Oh
Called.
no.
This will be interesting.
Jack on the
to
river
see.
would be an absolutely phenomenal card, but we don't get it. It's as bricky as it gets. And he's going to check a third time now. If you're Fletcher, do you give up?
He
Yeah,
gives up.
I was going to
It's
say.
hard to go through with that.
Yeah. Nearly worked on the turn.
Yeah.
But
It
at
is
that point, if you're Fletcher, the last thing you want to do is just torch your stack with a hand like that. I think it's the right decision to just give up, cut your losses.
100%. I mean,
Yeah.
he probably wanted to get folds from like 7s, 8s, 9s. I don't think he expected him to have jacks there.
I think that's the most out of line. So I wouldn't call it out of line, but it's the biggest play that Fletcher's tried making with a hand that's not as strong as what we've been seeing him.
He started
Get him
pretty
next week.
short final table, right?
He started the day pretty short, but played pretty snug, played pretty disciplined, made some pretty good folds, and then just woke up with got rewarded. He got aces and had king queen off jam into him, and he was like, "Thank you." So, yeah, he's been rewarded for patience so far. So that's why that hand kind of caught me off guard, and we've been crying out, like Mark and I were crying out for 3-betting. We wanted to see more 3-betting on this table. Everyone was tightening up a fair bit. There were a lot of weakish opens, and then hands that you'd like to see a 3-bet with, or hands that if they saw what was being opened, like what hands were being opened, they would have definitely been 3-betting, but it's pretty snug. And then the one time we did see a 3-bet, it was just poor timing.
Yeah, getting a bit out of line. Wang Chen is, shoved under the gun for 12 bigs, is it?
Yeah, gun one for, about 12 bigs. And Kleber here, who's been pretty snug himself on this table so far, and he's not got all the chips in the world, so if he calls and loses in this spot, he's not going to be in a great spot.
Yeah,
so,
he won't be calling, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yep.
On to the next hand we go.
Have you been otherwise? So how was Oztag?
Yeah, we won by 1.
Oh, nice.
I'm a bit unfit at the moment, so it was
Yeah.
a bit of a tough slog, but it's always good to get out there and have a run around.
I literally sacrificed Oztag to be here tonight. Literally
really?
got off the plane. I've just been in Townsville for 8 days, and then off the plane straight here. My friends were scrambling for subs. They were wanting to borrow my shorts and that. I'm like, Dad'll leave them out front. Go to the cupboard. Yeah. So.
Yeah, been there before.
And then I'm supposed to have. So I've also joined an AFL 9s. It's like touch footy, but for AFL.
Okay, yeah, that sounds fun.
Never, like, I've never played anything like AFL, but I actually enjoyed it more than OzTag. It's a lot more free-flowing, more kicking involved, and like in real AFL, you get points for missing. You know, if you miss the goals, you get a point, so it's good.
That'll help you out a bit.
I played 3 seasons of OzTag, and I think I scored 1 try, and then in my first game of AFL 9s, I scored 2 goals in the first half. So I think I know where my loyalty lies now going
Converting
forward.
over the night. I've never heard
Absolutely.
that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's newish, but yeah, really enjoyable. Playing mixed, so got boys and girls in the team.
Okay,
and,
fine.
it's actually quite good, but awesome. Yeah, no, like my fitness has not been great, so trying to find any excuse to run around on a regular basis, and it's just good for the social aspect as well.
Yeah, for sure.
That's awesome. And been playing much in the series so far here?
Yeah, I played most of the events, but just waiting for it's got the Players Champs on right now. Day 2's open tomorrow, guys. Come on down. 35 bigs. It's a bargain. You should come in. Gonna be great value. We got Nick opening here the button.
Yeah.
Pretty easy open. And Adrian with King 6 in the big blind. Be an easy defend, I assume. They don't want to tango too big, I guess.
Again, Adrian's been making some interesting moves, but we just see a call there in that situation. And again, you know, if we got a King 6 suited in that spot, and could get dicey, bump up a 3-bet, and especially against a button open. But Nicholas happens to have a bit of a genuine candidate, but Adrian flops the best of it. But both players with a piece, top pair for Adrian, but a gutter and a backdoor nut flush draw for Nicholas as well.
I assume Nick will bet here, and then it's back to Adrian and see if he raises or calls, obviously, with the folding.
Either... I think on this board we should be seeing a c-bet here majority of the time from Nick, but as he does. And
he's gone 1/3.
Third pot, yep. And Adrian, I don't imagine he's going anywhere, yep.
Quick call.
Some interesting turn cards could be at play here, and that is one of them.
That is definitely one of them.
Now Adrian severely downgraded, and I feel like he knows that I feel like he knows that his hand has gotten substantially worse. Yep.
And Nick could trap here. I mean, he's got the ace of spades, so he blocks some flushes.
Yeah, and then if it's not ace-X that Adrian's up against, he's not going to be loving all the Broadway combos that make these two pairs. And
I mean, you can check back here, and if the river's a 9, then you're flying. You're so disguised.
You've called it. You've called it.
Yeah, this is good for Nick.
That's you've just called the play perfectly. You've literally said if he checks back, it looks disguised, and then for 9 pills off, he can get paid. And Adrian leads the river. And now the question is, how much for Nicholas?
I think he has to go big. He has not many aces. Like, most people would assume you just keep betting, trying to get chips in here when you send the nuts.
I feel like a raise, though, on the river, as much as he can be doing this with some bluffs.
Well, there's a straight on the board, so if Adrian doesn't have an ace, he's basically free-rolling, yeah?
How big do you reckon? Is that one? Is that pot size? Is that 1.5? No, just one on the dot. Yeah.
That's not greedy. I don't see how Adrian can fold here, honestly.
I don't. Is that because you have seen it already? Because we can see you in the background.
Yeah. I'm just a wizard. I don't know. I think I just walked out there now, watched it, and I've come back.
Is that how you... I've got a feeling that's potentially how you might have known that there was a 9 coming in this river.
I'm just trying to spice it up here, guys. You know?
You had me convinced.
The rest of it, not a clue, by the way. But yeah, no spoilers here.
No spoilers at all. Just predictions on 9s on
I'm just guessing here, guys. I don't know if Adrian calls.
Oh, no, it's Zach's twin. That's what it is. It's your twin brother. Yeah.
I think that's Adrian's brother. We look pretty...
Yeah.
They look pretty alike.
Oh, mate. Oh,
yeah,
is that it?
He's called.
Yeah.
And Nick's up
the
on
bad
the chip
news
now.
And 7.8 mil. Anthony, the AFL 9s comp is, and I've had a mental blank, it is at Kellyville. A place in Kellyville. Forgot the name of the park. Balmoral Road Reserve or something. Tuesday nights. Good fun. I'll take my camera there and film it and give you a demo of what it looks like whenever I see you next. But Yeah. Good fun. OzTag and AFL, and I'm committed to both and missing both because of work. So, been away for the last week and a bit in Townsville and back in Sydney and still can't even play, but no place I would rather be right now than commentating the Colossus final table. The very first time we're bringing you streamed action here from the King's Room here at St George League Club. And we've had a couple of guests come in and out so far today, but finally we have someone that knows what he's talking about when it comes to...
I really know, especially that last end.
Especially, yeah,
really
you knew there'd be a 9 on the river. Just like only a pro could do. Again, show your support in the comments. If you don't want to say hello to either of us, at least give a shout out to whoever you are cheering on this final table. $88,000 is what will go to our winner.
It's always great value down here at King's
Oh,
Room.
yeah. Excellent structures, reasonable price points. $750 to enter, and we've got a 400 grand prize pool. That's marvellous. And on top of that, the stacks are... It's a very playable final table. Average stack is pretty healthy.
Oh, it's super deep. I think it was 30 or 40.
Yeah, it was
big
around the
average when I
30
was
big
out
mark,
there, yeah.
or mid-30s at the start of final table. 35 bigs, I think they had.
This is going to go late, guys.
That's what I thought. I thought we started the day with 18, and it took about an hour and a half to hit our final table. We lost 9 players
Yeah,
with average stack around that 40 big mark for a lot of it to start.
Yeah, I think
And
it was
stacks weren't
pretty.
short.
It was pretty spaced out, right? There was a
Yeah.
few big stacks and then
Yeah.
a fair bit of shorties, but
There wasn't a lot of ripping pre. When we started streaming this table, the shortest stack at the start of the day had 16 bigs, and then everyone had obviously more than that. Now we can see that there's 2 players, 10 and 11 bigs, and then from there it doubles. So
yeah, it's super deep.
the third shortest stack has 20 bigs. Once again, Alex Hansen and Amanda Abernethy rotating between the dealing duties on our stream table. Both of them coming off the back of many, many hours of work at the recent APL series up in Townsville. And
I will
no
say,
rest.
Fletcher has a big rail there. All of his
Yep.
mates have come out to rail him. It's good to see.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that they'll be tuning into the stream as well to clue him in on what his opponents are up to.
They could be, so shout out to the boys.
Yep. Copped a bit of a hit trying to run that King 10 off. 3-betting pre, double barreling before giving up on the river. Just ran into jacks. It was a rough board for jacks on ace, queen, queen X.
Ouch in the big with ace 10. This can go both ways, but I think it's pretty easy call against the chip leader. Yes, clean chips.
Wow.
Whoa, that is wild. Rightio. On to the next hand. He really
I was
doesn't
wondering
want
if he was going to be 3-betting in that spot, to be honest. So.
I mean, it's fair enough. Some big jumps coming up. I
Yeah,
mean, he
a
doesn't
couple
want
of
to go with Nick.
shorties.
I will say I'm a personal friend of Nick, and he is a very good player, very hard to play against, so fair enough. And like we saw, he was actually smashed. Like,
Alan here under the gun.
10 bigs, Queen Jack O, 7-handed. Oh, he's gone for the steal. I like it. I mean, he's just gone min-raise.
Yeah, now this is interesting because at the start of the final table, he wakes up with ace-7 of clubs. He's got 18 bigs and rips it.
I mean, that's a lot of bigs to do it for.
Just
I would have to see the
raw open. So there was no...
Oh, it was
no,
open and then he's all
No,
in.
he open jammed for 18
okay.
bigs. Just,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, imagine you're in Adrian's shoes here. the 10 big blind stacks just
Clicked
min
it.
raised under the gun. Like,
It's alarm bells.
oh. Yeah, he's just going
But
to call.
off Adrian's stack, hard to fold, especially
Yeah,
in
yeah.
position. And now is Wang priced in to see a flop here on the button with Queen 9 of diamonds?
No, he's got 10 bigs. I mean, it's either all in or
that's
fold,
true.
and that's it.
That's
Easy,
true.
easy
Just notice
fold.
this stack.
Yeah, Adrian's called, like, you're never doing too good here.
Yeah, if his stack was double the count that it is now, might come along for the ride. And
Yeah, but even then, like
makes the
this,
fold,
this raise under the gun, it's
Yeah,
so
that's true.
strong.
That
but
is very true.
people mix in these because then they can either get it through or it's
Yep.
happy to fold it if you get 3-bet.
Yep, so I like it from Alan.
Yeah, I mean, if it comes queen or jack high, he's never folding.
There's no paint on this flop.
Now, what does he do is the question. I think he'll have to find a bet because otherwise he checks. And Adrian will.
Imagine a check jam here from Alan. If he,
That would be sick.
yeah.
Yeah, Adrian just gonna check.
No paint either on this turn card. We'll wait to see what it is. Repeat 5.
It's a very interesting hand. Yeah.
It is, yeah, it's odd because I imagine if he's checking flop, he's possibly going to... actually, with the check back from Adrian, does he take it as an invite to then lead this turn? Yeah, so...
And I just don't think Adrian's folding this size. But yeah, Alan still has, I think, on that flop, aces, kings,
Yeah,
queens.
I was about to
he'll-
say aces take that line,
Yeah.
so
All right, now
I suppose there's
this
that. And
river.
it sets him up for a half-pot river jam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is dicey. He's got a
Well,
spade. He's got. Does he have a lot of aces?
well, we can see here that if Alan does rip it, that
He's
if
out.
Adrian's called to this point, he's not going anywhere on the river, so...
And there's another thing, like if Alan checks here, he obviously loses every single time, and then he's
Well, that's the
big
thing.
blind with
Yeah.
300k in the middle. Like it feels pretty bad.
Well, Alan's seeing this river card. I'm thinking possibly it works out for him. So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he does run with it here.
Yeah. At the same time, yeah,
Oh.
Adrian has a lot of ace X.
Okay,
like,
it goes check, check.
stays alive.
Wow. Okay, well, good on Alan for the
It
survival
was a good
instincts.
effort.
Yeah.
Unsuccessful, but good effort. Adrian chips back up after that unlucky river card against Nick.
Well, now Alan in dire straits.
Yeah, in the big blind, 300k in there, 500 back. Good luck, Alan. I hope he can find a double up.
Yeah, he's going to have scarcely 3 bigs behind, accounting for his Andy in the middle as well. Folding around so far. Kleber just,
Yep, fair enough.
Yep.
There's 2 shorter stacks in him, no point to raise that.
especially with him in the big blind now. Wayne here in the cutoff also short though.
He could shove this, but it's A6, so if it's not the
Yeah,
best.
you don't
Like,
love it.
You're on
Especially,
final table,
yeah,
the
one of the big stacks.
yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he
done it
does rip
because
it.
at the same time, if it folds around and Alan gets a walk, it's pretty bad for him. 10 bigs. Fletch and oh yeah,
He's
That's-
just. What do you do here?
oh, he's just raised 4 bigs. He hasn't even put him in. It doesn't feel good, obviously. I think you
If anything, it
fold,
feels
like,
worse that
especially-
he's not just jammed. Like,
I think you just have to fold. Like you have a whole nother orbit with 3. What is it? Yeah, he's got 4 bigs now. 75.
he's going to have 3 bigs,
gonna have 3.5
maybe
bigs.
2.5 after his small blind in the next hand, and then on
Yeah.
top of that, this chips up the other short stack.
Yeah, but at the same time, he'll get 7 hands
Yeah.
to get a good hand, or some carnage could happen. He could get a
Yeah.
ladder. Like
Yep, that's fair enough.
his stack's worth
Just
more
not worth
than,
it with Queen 5 off. Yep.
Yeah, exactly right. If he had 1 big behind, then yeah, sure, it's all in. But 3.8 bigs.
Can work with it.
If he puts 3.3 and doubles up, he's back to
Correct.
8, 9
Yep.
bigs. He's flying.
So the pay jump that they're looking at now is from 13,000 to 15,900. So nothing to sneeze at $2,900, but
Yeah, but they're
money's
about
money.
to get they're about to get pretty beefy. This is the point of the tournament where I'll say 11, 12. That hurts, but when you get to here, it's bittersweet because, like, yes, you win 13K, but you're 5 spots away from 8 times that amount. Like,
yeah.
that's a lot of money. I mean, it's always bittersweet unless you win it, but especially around that 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, that's
Yeah, it just
stings.
these numbers here, like
Oh, they're
at
massive.
57 for second
Yeah.
is marvelous. So
Yeah, like the heads up is for what
30
fourth gets almost.
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot of money.
yeah, it's worth more than what fourth gets. So
Here we go. Alan's got an ace in a small blind. Cutoff's open. He's a big star come in. He's got all the king, queen, queen, jack. Yeah, he's got to put it in. And he's left back
Yeah.
75.
Yeah.
Okay, that's smart. It's going to get in here. Nickel fold. And good luck, Alan. He needs an ace. As you can see, Alan will win this in 1 every 3 times. So
yep, still a fair shout of surviving.
that's not
Not
great.
much working for him
Yeah,
there.
it's not much. Oh yeah,
Needs-
counterfeit 8.
Ace or an 8 on the river. Not to be.
Very good.
And
Unlucky
we
Alan.
say goodbye to Alan Cassis, eliminated in 7th place.
How Chen chips up. It's very interesting. 3 very big stacks.
Yeah, and Alan walking away with $13,000. Congratulations to one of Sydney's more regular players, and we can see a wide shot of the room of Fletcher going over to his rail. Plenty of supporters there for him. Know many of those guys?
I actually, it's a funny story. One of his friends is my best mate from school's cousin. And we only figured that out like 3 years after I was friends with Fletcher. But no, the other boys, I'm not sure. But good to see them all out here.
It's quite the role, and I think that's that's a replay of when Alan did find himself eliminated. So got the alternate camera angle as Alan says goodbye to the rest of the table, off to the payout desk to collect a handsome $13,000.
Yeah, nothing to sneeze at. 750 to 13K.
Yeah, that's
pretty good.
Good return on investment, absolutely. And yeah, good to see another shot to give you a feel of what it's like here in the room and show the support that these players are getting from those on the rail. And obviously in Fletcher's favour there with his crew showing their support.
I hope we can get that view if Fletcher's in an all-in or he doubles up. That'll be...
With some audio as well.
Yeah, I think
there
audio
might
should
have
be
been
fine.
some
I
that
mean-
we can't hear, the viewers might have. So, but yeah, if there's a bit of hold.
Yeah, the celebration after a few doubles, I think, will be pretty funny. So
Yeah,
hopefully
so
we can get that.
not much happening in that hand after the bust out, and now we are down to 6.
Nick
Well-
in the chip lead, not followed behind by Howe and Adrian. It's very interesting. Wang Chen has 13 bigs and Kleber has 20 bigs.
And then
Fletch is on just under 30.
so
all
plenty,
pretty deep.
yeah, plenty of playability left.
I mean, 3 players with over, what is that, 50 bigs. That's deep. Here we've got Fletcher, ace queen, the cutoff. And here's the open.
Once again, we are on both YouTube and Facebook as well. Twitch to come.
Kleber with the King 10s.
Blind levels, sorry, are 40 minutes in length. Anthony. Again, keep the questions coming. If you've got something for Zach, once again, I'm Chris Waddy. I will be hosting and anchoring the stream throughout the course of the majority of this series, while we welcome in many special guests.
Adrian's gone for the 3-bet here.
Whether it's a comedian, staff, or professional players to give us proper insight. And Adrian,
tiny
yeah.
3-bet. It's very interesting. With the dead money in there from Kleber, he can't have a good hand.
Yeah, for the big blind, is it trying to rep just absolute premium with this kind of size, or you just have to be going bigger regardless?
Adrian has his own game. He plays well, and it seems to work. This does put Fletch in a really weird spot. Like, if he went bigger, Fletch would be pretty happy to just 4-bet whack and hope he has a bluff, but now it's like Adrian's raised 800. I've got 4 million. It's a lot to put over a 3-bet, like, where it's either a good hand, a really good hand, or it's either trash.
Well, again, he maybe recognises it as a bit of a squeeze spot to work with. So
He's done it, yeah. He's just whacked it.
Yeah.
Love it, Fletch.
Again,
well done.
Viewers at home might get a little bit confused. Some chips are going in. They are time bank chips, and you can see them there in the middle of the table.
And this is obviously getting through.
Will
Fletch
look
will be
like
up to
someone's
5.4
calling.
mil.
Yeah.
It's a really good pickup. I mean, he's just 10 bigs or something. It's huge. Him and Adrian are almost tied now, just after this hand.
Oh, yeah. Assuming Adrian finds a fold, which you'd imagine he does, it'd be
there's no world.
crazy, to say the least, if he
It's a good effort.
commits to it. But, yeah, look, I get the intent, and he's a very capable player. I'm not going to doubt him.
Yeah, he's just run into it, really. And Fletch is not here to fold, I guess. Some players would, I think, put the ace-queen away there, but Fletch doesn't need to fold. And then there's a big gap now between the two shorter stacks.
Yep.
Very interesting.
Is there an event that, possibly the main event might just be the answer to this question, but an event you're more looking forward to throughout the rest of the series?
Well, actually, this 1K that's on right now, I won it last year, so I want to defend the title, hopefully. So
Players'
I'm excited
Champs?
for that tomorrow. Yeah, the Players'
There we
Champs.
go. What did you say you're taking into tomorrow?
Humble brag, but no, I haven't bagged.
Bagged.
I'll just be registering day 2. I mean, it's
Oh,
plenty,
you said 35 bigs, that's
plenty
what
of
you come
bigs,
into. Yeah, so that's piles, yeah. 2 levels of registration tomorrow for the Players' Champs. You can
Fletcher, there you
join
go.
Zach Vigo, who's beside me, providing our analysis for the stream as Fletch opens the jacks from the hijack, and he will not be flopping a set.
He'll be winning the hand.
He might not need to flop a set because the hands that he's up against are not worthy of making a call, you would think.
I would think.
You'd hope. 8-4, neither a good hand in poker nor blackjack. And goes straight into the muck.
Fletcher chipping up.
Clawing back.
30% VPip. He's getting after it.
Yeah, after that play with the King 10 off earlier where he lost a fair chunk of his stack, he's clawed it back a little.
Yep.
And he's looking a lot more comfortable now with the 5.7 mil in his possession. Still 4th in chips, but when the difference is up top,
He's in the pack.
he's in the
He's
pack.
where you want to be.
He's there's the pack of 4 up the top, and then you got Clipper.
The peloton, the small peloton back.
Support in the comments. Bert Perry, go Fletcher. He says.
Bert Perry, shout out Bert Perry, one of the greats of Australian poker. Lovely guy.
Absolutely.
Everyone knows Bert.
Yep.
He's probably somewhere in Asia, if I had to guess. He's just there half the year, winning all the tournaments. Good on him.
And just we've lost stream coverage from our end, but I'll see if I can
We're on the phone now, guys. We're
Yeah.
going.
1 second. Yeah, we're going to be about like 5 seconds behind. But
Okay. At least it doesn't look like anything too exciting right now.
so we can see Adrian opening from the button here with the 8-7-0. And Wang finds a flat from the small with the King 9.
Off 10 bigs. That's
And
interesting.
Hal mucks the Queen 7. And I don't know what to expect here. The flop will tell the story.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
And Adrian flops the best of it, but
Yep.
best that Wang's got going for him is backdoor straight, backdoor
Checked it
flush.
back.
And goes check, check, and there's one of those backdoor straight outs.
Turns a gutter. Probably just go check, check again if I had to guess. Oh, he's bet now. 1/3, yeah. It's hard to call here with King Eye. This is why you shouldn't call out of the small blind, guys. Just
And
you- oh,
the
he's
jack
check
peels
shot. Oh,
off
he's-
on the river.
sorry, the stream just come out
So,
for now. eh?
yeah, we just caught back up, so it's gone check bet call on the turn,
He's just pinged it and,
and
let all
then
in.
he's just,
fair
yeah,
enough,
just finds
I
it on the
guess.
river. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's back up to 2.5 mil. I guess you should call the King 9 from the small blind, guys. Don't listen to me. Yeah, but if you have 10 bigs in the small blind, guys, I would say you should be doing a lot of all-ins. Obviously with good hands, but not much calling from the small blind, especially off 10 bigs. But worked out. You got a full double instead of winning the big blind and the raise, so good on him. Amanda's back in the dealer seat. Shout out Amanda.
On the live stream. Yeah, bit of fun. Did you see him? Did you say hello?
Well, looking at some of the side events on the schedule, there's a PLO 456 rotation and a PLO 45 bomb pot rotation. Any interest in any of those?
Oh, I'll be there. I've been playing a bit of the PLO bomb pots here recently. There's been some cash games. No rake, so legal, but some cash games here and they're real fun. The PLO crews are. It's a lot more fun to play with them than the Hold'em. Like, it's a lot more serious game Hold'em, whereas PLO, everyone's having a laugh, throwing the chips around. It's a good time. So if you want to come, even if you don't know how to play, people will teach you. It's
Yeah, there's
Fletcher's getting
no
in there.
better introduction to PLO than jumping into a PLO 456 rotation. The beautiful thing about not knowing how to play PLO 6 is that no one else knows how to play PLO 6. So
and you can't be in too bad a shape. You got 6 cards.
yeah, just jam every hand and you'll always have a chance. So there will be carnage in that.
for sure. There'll be
that
some
will be-
rebuys in that.
Some, yeah.
This is an interesting hand. Adrian's raised. Fletcher's defended the big blind ace jack, which seems good. And Adrian's flopped a double gutter. Fletcher will just check call here. He's super under-repped. His hand can be good a lot here. Be interesting to see some turns.
Does he ever find a raise here, or is his hand actually strong enough to just
Yeah, like-
continue?
I don't see the point. Even though this board is good for your range,
Yeah.
like your hand just doesn't want to
also- yeah.
inflate the pot.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, you're just going to mark?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the
it's
discipline that I was talking about earlier. So it surprised me when his VPIP's gone up a little bit, and then he had a couple of hands where he.
yeah, I don't hate it. Like, it's pretty hard to play turns if you don't turn an ace or a jack.
Yeah.
You're just gonna have to grip on, and it's not a spot you want to be on with 6 left and 80k up top, in my opinion.
You're a man of many talents. You're always sniffing out stuff.
We can't hear the table talk here, but Fletcher's trying to get some info out of Adrian, it seems like. Nick's been very quiet, surprisingly, but he has complete trash, so not too surprising. Wang Chen with the King Jack suited. He won't be folding. I think he'll just go for a raise here. What's he up to? He's up to almost 20 bigs now after that hand. It's flying. Yep. 325. Oh, 350, my bad. And Nick. I think he'll defend here. Play post.
But Perry has said, you guys are too kind. Sounds like the great Zach V on the comms. That would be correct indeed, sir. I have to come check out King sometime. Absolutely. Last time I was here was just about a year ago at the launch of the new room, the renovation that they've underwent. And a year later, they have a stream table in place, full RFID setup,
Yep.
cameras galore. And we've
It's
got our own
everything
little...
now.
Got our own little commentary booth. We are right next to the kitchen here, and earlier on it smelled pretty good. Closed now, unfortunately, for those of us that are hungry.
Fun fact, there was great fish tacos here. I would love to recommend them to you all, but they scrapped them off the menu. It's heartbreaking stuff.
We're meant to be advertising this place.
Oh, the other stuff on the menu is great, guys. Just the fish. If the club's listening,
Yeah,
please
fish
bring back
tacos.
the fish tacos.
Put them back on the menu.
They were top notch. Fletcher's opened the button near tens, and Nick's got a pretty good hand of 3-bet out of the small blind.
Everyone's got some playability here, but
I think Nick will definitely 3-bet,
Well-
and then to see what Fletcher's doing.
if there's one thing I've learnt, saying definitely has come back to bite us a couple of times. I don't doubt you, but
Yeah, Nick is my roommate, if anyone would like to know, when we travel for poker. So
there we go. There it is.
yeah, he's
Nailed it.
3-bet, and
It's
Fletch,
sizey.
this is
It's
dicey as well.
yeah.
I think Fletcher will just whack it in there. 33 bigs. He knows Nick's going to 3-bet all the stuff like this. And
Yeah, I know we want to
good
be
luck.
going bigger out of the small, but is 4x
it
spot
is
on? Or
the
do-
biggest. It's pretty good. Like
Yeah.
it's kind of big, but you don't want to give Fletcher a good price to just peel on the button and then play out of
True.
position with
Yep.
ace 3. But like Fletch has tens here. Like this is a great hand, and he'd be in the blender here. Like he's obviously not going to fold, but you call. There's not many good hands for tens.
No,
So,
but again, just this is me being scared or cautious.
Oh, yeah,
but
you-
like if you just rip the tens and just get snapped off by
Yeah.
jacks plus or
100%.
flipping against ace king, ace queen, like
The one thing I will say is there's no very short stack. Like the two shortest stacks have 20 bigs each now. Like it's not a spot where you're just going to sit and wait for people to bust. So
do you think you're getting hands like jacks to even fold here if
no,
you
no,
rip?
no way. Nick would never fold jacks here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more to fold out all of this stuff. Like Nick has plenty of bluffs here. It's
Yeah.
button versus small blind.
Do you think Fletcher knows that?
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, there he
There it
goes.
is,
Good
there's
on
the
you,
jam.
Fletchy.
And bins it.
Fletcher's is he in the chip lead? He's almost.
He's second in chips
There
now,
he
but it's
is.
marginal.
Yeah.
It's half a big blind, the difference between Nicholas and Fletcher in terms of the counts.
I love it. Shout out to Fletch for that. It's easy to get scared there, like 80k up top, but he's just sent it in there. He's not taking this from Nick. No shenanigans. Oh. Kitchen's going crazy in the back here.
They heard your comments about the fish tacos and they're scrambling, so
It's great news. I
yeah,
knew I should have
I
come on
can
here.
feel the
sooner.
fishing rods being cast right now to try and catch the tacos, the fish. Hard or soft?
They were soft ones. I usually like hard ones, but
¿Por qué no las dos?
huh?
¿Por qué no las dos? The taco head, why don't we have both?
Don't know about that. I'm not a linguist over here.
It's the ad. Like, why don't we have both?
Yeah.
But she goes, ¿por qué no las dos? Any Spaniards in the chat? Lend your thoughts. Try to have some fun throughout the week. So, like I said, we'll be rotating through guests. We had a comedian earlier in John Colossus. We had Mark Liddell, the operator. We're going to have Jamie, Speak of the Devil, popping in and out with plenty of help throughout the week. And pros alike, like Zach Viger, lending their analysis. And it's so good to have your insight, knowing these players, knowing their tendencies, making solid predictions as to what we'll see.
Yeah, see, I don't have to see them all, guys, to predict it right. But
Yeah, we can see.
to predict cards, probably do have to watch it before I come in here and commentate.
Yeah. I won't call it cheating, but it's something. It's advantage play. I don't know. Yeah.
It's a bit of angling, something like that.
Well, again, wonderful to have so many supporters watching along, both on Facebook and YouTube. Twitch in the works to come soon. 120 of you tuning in on the Facebook stream, and YouTube is growing. The subscriber count has jumped up in no time. Let's keep it going. 45 viewers there on YouTube as well, so that count is solid. And a testament to the hard work by our media crew, Matty Marshall, Jamie Hall.
Yeah,
And
doing a
just
great
as
job.
I compliment them, we get an out-of-focus camera.
Great timing there.
Perfect timing. We're just talking about the quality and the one. I'm sure we'll be onto that. No, but it's been fantastic product that we're showcasing so far. And some great poker. It's been good to watch. It's been intriguing, interesting. Either word applies. And with $88,000 up top, it's hard to not be interesting, hard to not be intrigued by how these players go about chasing that amount of money, what they do with it, how they get there. And Fletcher there doing his best impression of a... I don't know what. Yeah.
Head out of the way, mate. Come on.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
a camera behind you.
So any barbers in the room,
good,
any hairdressers watching, lend us your opinion.
You can go to mine. They're on break, it looks like. All right. It was a pleasure, guys.
Thank you
might
so
see you
much,
later,
Zach, for
but-
joining us in. Absolute pleasure to have you with us.
Thanks,
And we'd
Jess.
love to have you back here when you're free throughout the week. But
Thanks,
good luck
man.
in tomorrow's Players Champs.
Cheers.
The current Players Champs titleist looking to defend his title day 2 tomorrow. He'll be jumping into late reg. You'll have 2 levels of late registration to jump in. And that's what we'll be streaming tomorrow. But for now, we are on a break. I'll give myself a little breather. Thank you for tuning in. I think we're going to keep the stream running. But you just won't hear my voice for a little bit, which will be a blessing for many of you. Enjoy a bit of silence for a second. Go grab a coffee, a tea, your popcorn, or whatever you want to do. I'm going to shush right now. Catch you on the other side. 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. So set your alarms for quarter to 11, 10:45. We'll be back. Signing out for...
have that hand. They just saw it. I just didn't see ace nine off there.
One more 100. Oh, sorry.
We're back from that breather. Thanks for joining us again. We are at King's Room here at St George Leagues Club. And new dealer in now. Duel is in the black top. Got the headset on.
6 by 7.
And again, these players battling for $88,000 up top. As well as pride, bragging rights, a title, a trophy. There's so much to it. And again, leading the way in terms of the counts is Hao Chen by a smidge over the top of Nicholas Lee. 7.25 million versus 7.2 million. And then Fletcher Smith clawing up the ranks as well. He sits third in the counts. Once again, we'll be welcoming many guests alongside myself throughout the week. Right now you're hearing Chris Waddy. You'll often see me running around with a camera at many of these kind of series, but we've got Jamie doing that with his wonderful work here at King's Room. And I have the honour of hosting the stream throughout the course of the next few days. And we're going to have some comedians, we're going to have some staff, we're going to have some poker experts to give you some proper analysis. Really mix it up over the course of the next few days. And here we go. Blinds are now 100,000, 200,000, I believe. Yes, they are. And Wang bumps it up to 500k from the cutoff, and Fletcher Smith, he's had a couple of premiums come his way. We've seen him with aces, we've seen him with queens, we've seen him with tens just a short time ago, and now he has kings. And it was a sizable open from the cutoff from Wang, making it 2.5 bigs rather than the standard 2 we've been seeing. And as a result, Fletcher adjusts from the small blind and goes to 1.6 mil, putting 8 big blinds in the middle there, and especially out of position, we do want to be sizing up. And Wang with the decision here with the 5s. You'd imagine at best he thinks he's flipping. He announces all in. He's run into it. Fletcher with the kings. And he's in excellent shape to move into the chip lead, as well as giving everyone else a pay jump. An ace high board I say kings are ace magnets. Another example of it. Needs a 5 and a 5 only on the river to survive, and we lose Wang Chen in 6th place on this Colossus final table. And Fletcher, as a result, storms up the counts, and there's the action as it happened. Caught by Jamie, giving us a nice perspective as Fletcher there rakes in the chips, and his rail celebrates, and you can see them on the top right corner off your screen right there, enjoying a bag of chips as Fletcher moves into the chip lead with 9.2 million. Waking up with the right hands at the right time, virtually except for one hand where he 3-bet pre and double barreled with king's head off. He's been very patient. He's played a conservative style, just waiting for the right spots, and he's been rewarded. Fletcher, chip leading this Colossus, 46 bigs to his name. Then you got a 36, a 34, and a 31, and now Kleber Piccione with the 12 bigs is our short stack, but very spinnable. And now we got Fletcher opening from the button after raking in a massive pot, and we can see here that he's got Kleber absolutely dominated. And Fletcher has even more outs to a good hand in the form of a 4 to make a wheel. Board pairs doesn't mean too much, but Kleber could have a stab on this kind of board. He'd be hitting more of this from the big blind than Fletcher from the button, and so as a result of that we see Fletcher taking a conservative approach with the hand, hoping to get to showdown, and hope that his ace high is good, and you imagine they're going to be checking back, and would have liked to see Kleber maybe have a stab there, but again he's short, so I suppose he's not wanting to take any risk whatsoever. He wants to hang on to the chips he's got and wait for a better spot, so fair enough. But again, more chips going to Fletcher, and he just about has 50 big blinds. He's a 25k chip away from the 10 million chip mark. It would be the first time in this tournament that anyone gets to that amount, and what a time to do it. At top 5. Everyone guaranteed a $21,000 payday from here. Once again, 40-minute levels, $750 buy-in. In what was initially a $250k guarantee, that was smashed. $412,000 in this prize pool. Players' time chips were reset at the start of the final table to 6, I'm pretty sure. And we started today's coverage just about 20 past 6. With 18 players remaining. We're now down to 5. It's moved at a solid pace. We were talking about the structure of the tournament being quite healthy. And you can see there, a 50 big stack, a 36, a 34, a 31. There's plenty of playability there. Kleber there just stuck with the 8 bigs and has work to do. But overall, still so much play left in this. It's taken some coolers to get some results, to get those eliminations. And we've got Nicholas Lee opening from the cutoff with the King 7 of clubs, and again as we become shorter and shorter handed, those kind of opens become standard. Dr. Zeus here is your commentator tonight. But now, Adrian peeling the threes, and he's happy to complete and defend from the small. And Hao Chen possibly getting a good price to see a flop with the Jack Deuce for diamonds. I wish I had a pro next to me to get their thoughts on that, whether we should be defending that hand. And he gets rewarded because he would have completely whiffed that flop. But speaking of whiffing that flop, you could say the same for these two here. Adrian, we can see, still has the best of it, but he's not going to love that board. I suppose 10 high board, not too worrisome for Adrian in terms of the hands that he thinks he might be up against, what Nicholas would be opening. Could peel one street. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a call. Or, yep, no, just makes the call. Saw a big stack of chips going in. I'm like, oh, he's found a raise, but don't know if that would have achieved much. So it makes sense just to peel one more card. And he picks up some outs here in the form of a flush draw, as Nicholas turns the best of it with a pair of sevens now. I was thinking, why does Adrian need outs? He's got the best hand. And I had to remind myself that that was a good turn card from Nicholas, who's going to just check this back and perhaps work his way to showdown now as the 9 peels off on the river. And I imagine this may just go check considering the turn action. Made the right call on the flop. Doesn't get rewarded for it. And now he's going to have a stab at this. He sensed maybe some weakness on the turn, but we can see that it's just Nicholas going, okay, I've showdown value now, I'll take it easy. But I think because he's under-repped, I wouldn't say under-repped, but because he's... Actually, I don't know what to say about this particular spot, because this could work from Adrian. It's a small bet. It just looks very value. He's going to use a time bank chip. Now, I spoke about having a pro next to me, and I have received a comment from one of my good friends, a very solid poker player, and one I consider a pro as well. Should I just say he is a pro? Don't know why I need to beat around the bush. Brock telling me the Jack Deuce is a fold there. Thank you.
1.6.
That's why I'm willing to say put someone next to me to help me out in those spots. I'm not going to pretend to know it all. So yeah, feel free to leave your feedback in the Facebook comments and the YouTube comments. It's my first day here at King's for this series. I woke up this morning in Townsville, and I am now in a gorgeous poker room as I get some help in the commentary booth. Jamie jumping in.
Super sub returns.
Thank you.
Well, we've got the stream on in the room. We've got the stream on in the other room too, and everyone's loving it.
Wonderful.
Lots of people watching it. There are about 40 people huddled around the TV in the other room earlier, so I think we can. I mean, it's not over yet, but I'm going to call it a bit of an early success.
Looking good so far visually. I hope that the TV's on mute, as otherwise they might have a different opinion.
No, everyone can hear you.
Oh, jeez.
It's on a little bit quiet, but if you're really listening, you can hear it.
Alrighty. So
Sorry, you love the sound of your own voice, mate. What are you talking about?
Oh, we've seen some action. We had pocket fives of Wang Chen running into Fletcher's kings and no help on the board for Wang, so we're down to 5. Clever with the 8 bigs to work with.
Still pretty deep though. Just Kleber looking short, and then everyone upwards of 30 bigs. 2 with 40 and 50. It's a lot of play still going to happen tonight and tomorrow morning. We added the big blinds onto the thing as well. Another little.
I did notice that. Very much a fan of that.
I think there's a absolute monster going on here. Ace Queen versus Jacks.
Oh yeah. So, okay, so we have just the click to 2 bigs on the button with Jacks, and we can imagine Fletcher's going to be finding a 3-bet here from the small blind. Are we thinking about 1.3, 1.4? 1.3? I'm getting the hang of this. And now Nicholas is in an interesting spot. Up against a button open, which is not too much of a concern, but the small blind 3-bet from Fletcher, and he's going to use a time bank chip. Ace Queen off as well.
It's a super tough spot because Fletcher's so deep. They're all super deep, and just
it then becomes whatever Nicholas does. It makes it super interesting. What Hal does if Nicholas finds a flat here.
That's like he's coming with
like
a raise. Oh no, is it cool? Oh, that's raise.
He's clicked it.
Clicked it.
He's gone. He's put it to 2.3. I like this because now if you're Hao Chen, you're facing a 4-bet. You have Jacks. At best, I don't even know if tens does this.
I really don't start to like my Jacks here. I know that much.
Yeah, like see, this is where again I want a little bit more.
Probably finding the fold.
Yeah, well, so that I'd love a pro next to me, but again, like with that style of 4-bet, it screams. It screams monster.
Yeah, I mean, big blind 4-betting against the 3-bet, the small blind is super strong. So
yeah, and I think if I'm Fletcher, I don't like re-raising. I don't like a 5-bet here. If he's 5-betting, it's as a bluff.
Yeah, I think you can flat though, right? You're not.
Yeah, because Ace Queen suit, there's the playability of it, and you're deep enough, I suppose. And because it is a click, you've got 6 bigs in there, it's 6 bigs more. So in terms of a price to get in there, but
it's another 1.3 for
you've got to think about the
5.
hands. You've got to think about the hands that you're up against as well. Like you obviously block aces, you block queens, you block ace king.
Yeah, I mean,
you unblock.
You're naturally thinking kings, aren't you? Right?
Yeah,
or potentially some ace
so
kings.
I like the fold. Like, just as in terms of how the action went, it's a beautiful play from Nicholas.
It's a big fold, and you can see Fletcher knows it. Like, he's taking in a big breath of air there.
That's a wonderful size from Nicholas to get that, because and he's found the right hands to do it against. Like if he's up against ace king or if he's up against queens, that play just doesn't work out as well. But he got the right hands to fold. I think those are the best hands that he can get to fold, and he got them both to fold, I think. Yeah. So
and you can just find better positions, right? Like you know you're talking absolute premiums there, and even if you hit the ace, unless you're really getting your flush or Broadway, you're never really loving it. You could just be dead ace king all the way.
Yeah, that's the thing. So if Fletcher were to find a 5-bet there, he could just honestly just be torching chips if he's up against the kings or aces that Nicholas can obviously be repping there. So Well, we are seeing some wonderful, like we are seeing some interesting poker here. So if you're watching the stream, which you are if you've heard that sentence, you're getting a treat.
I think there's been a lot of big hands. I mean, I've been dipping in and out between.
Yeah, and you're just saying kings, ace, queen, jacks. Fletcher himself has had tens, queens, kings, aces. He's due for jacks.
Like ace king off just rips it. I was like, he just shouldn't have ace king. Like, I was like, oh. We both had ace queen.
I think Fletcher's talking about the hand now, and he's just said we both had ace queen, so I think he's reflecting on it. So when we can pick up that there's table talk happening, we'll try to let it be heard, but we're not super tuned into it. It's quite soft for us in our ears, but
Yeah, there's another thing on the list we want to improve upon. Like straight away, as soon as this was floated, King's Room having the stream, straight away my idea was really to make it sort of one of the best and the higher production streams available in Australia. So going to look to do a few other things tomorrow in regards to getting some more of those wider shots, and I would really like to be able to dial into that table talk and have the ability for the commentary to be able to just turn it up and let everyone listen to the table talk. So there's a few things to go through to get all that to happen, but we've got a week to keep improving, and I think it's a great starting point. So the only way is up.
absolutely, it's the production value, having those videos playing in between, and pretty much almost like action replays. It really adds a lot to the stream, so it's great from a viewer perspective to get that insight. And I'm lucky enough to be here, but for those that aren't and that haven't seen the room, to get that extra angle or two and look around the room and see the rail, it's definitely appreciated. So plenty of viewers tuning in. Once again, I'm Chris Waddy, anchoring your stream throughout the majority of the week, and we've got Media Guru Jamie Hall running around, getting a lot of filming and photography done for us. We are on 20-minute delay for those asking.
Yeah, just have a little look on some of the comments there. Someone was asking if the RFID cards felt any different.
They're a bit thicker. They do have the chips in them, but nothing major. If you're a dealer, it feels a little bit more rigid or stiff to shuffle, but these dealers are some of the best in the business. We had Alex and Amanda sharing the duties for the first 4 or so hours of the stream. And now we've got Duel. I can never pronounce his name correctly. It's spelled R-Y-U, but it sounds like Duel.
Yeah, I
D-U-Y-U?
think many will call him Ryu, as in Street Fighter, but I think it's Ryu of some description.
The way that they pronounce it, it's like... I'm not going to try it, but it really sounds like a D.
This goes both ways, because yesterday Mark was talking with him, and he can't, because the Japanese struggle to say L, he was trying to say someone's name that was like Barry Ludwig or something like that, and it was so funny, like us trying to struggle to say his name, and that constant,
it goes both ways.
it's very good.
There's an influx of Japanese dealers joining the Australian poker circuit, and they've been absolutely wonderful. They're both not only excellent at their jobs, but wonderful people as well. Some of the most respectful, the initiative that they take upon themselves without being asked is just incredible. Like, you turn around, you put an empty glass down, and 5 seconds later it disappears. Someone's grabbed it and taken it to the bar. Like, they just clean up. They're so tidy and clean. And
bit of an interesting hand here. A complete bottom end of the straight versus the super straight. Probably get a little bit of value off here if he doesn't get too greedy.
Portable charger back, but I left my credit card with you. Is the ANZ card? Yeah. Say your name's Fletcher.
I left my ANZ card. Say your name's Fletcher. So we're going to get some good table talk in terms of talking about the hands, and then we're going to get some fun stuff every now and then as well. But he's gone pot size, which is 5 bigs, but he's got a fold out of the straight. Oh no, he's called it off.
Yeah,
No, he called it off. I
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
surprised that he folded. Yeah, okay.
I think he saw the hand and then
Just
smacked.
slammed his hand into the felt. Yep, sorry.
Yeah, it was nice and small enough to get a bit of thin value. Very nice.
Was it check flop bet turn bet river?
The Japanese, there was a couple of funny stories. So when I was saying the series I was just at, there's a guy named Craig, and one of them goes, "What's his name?" And I go, "It's Craig," and he goes, "Clegg." I go, "Craig," and he goes, "Clegg."
What's Keno doing?
And it's just how it is. And then I got given some final table data for a series back in Adelaide. It was Haruka,
Yeah.
and
I haven't seen that
I
yet.
had a final table data sheet that had a player's name as Jelly, Jellly or EY.
Right.
I'm going, who on earth is that? And then it took the tournament to end for me to realise it was a bloke named Jerry. And I said, Haruka, how do you say this? She goes, Jelly. I said one more time, Jerry, Jelly. And then I can't say what she said afterwards because it involves an expletive, but it involved her disdain for the English language.
Oh, I miss Haruka. Shout out to Haruka.
Haruka. Yeah, we miss her.
Living her best life back in Japan.
1.25.
Cheers to Noel Jaber, giving us a little shout out on the quality, trying our best over here. As we are down to the final 5. Next cash out looking at 21,000. Not a bad payday as we just get towards the real meaty end. 26,650 after that, 37,400. And then top 2, in addition to their Sydney Millions 2006 tickets, will get 57,245 and a tidy 88
Yeah,
grand.
unfortunately, it's will be 19 years too late to play those.
What did I say? Did I say something? Did I say?
You said 2006.
Oh, yeah? Did you not bring the time machine?
They also get a DeLorean as part of their prize.
Did I say 2006?
You said 2006,
I quit.
yeah.
I'm rubbish at this.
2026 is the Sydney Millions ticket. That they'll be able, we'll just give them these expired vouchers. Here you go, guys. Here's some 2006 tickets. It's more fun when we make mistakes. It's good. It makes it entertaining. Which is funny. I remember with this dealer here trying to pronounce his name. I'll go, is it Dew? And they go, yes, correct. And you've nailed it. I'm like, really? Dew? Oh, no. Like, not like that. Like, I just said the same
Completely
thing.
different.
Like, what are you talking about? But I guess that's how they perceive what we do. So it's fascinating. And it's wonderful. They're such a great bunch of people that have come over and they're loving Australia and Australians are loving them. They're amazing at what they do and they've improved the overall quality of dealing in the country. They're just excellent, efficient and wonderful to work with. So, deal on the stream.
So apparently just got a message from Matty Marshall, who is sorting out the RFID stuff. He does said that there was a little issue with this hand. Could be a misread or a chip miscount or something, but looks like there is a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, he's potentially missed one part of the action, but he says that he thinks he fixed it. If not, we'll try our best to get the details and forward it on. And it's a tough job, I'll tell you that. You've got to be switched on the entire time, listening to every word the dealer says and tracking the action as it happens.
Well, funny enough, this job is normally done by 2 people. For the last 2 years, every stream I've been a part of, there's been someone actually tracking and someone managing the stream. And for the last couple of times I've worked with Matty, he's been soloing it himself. So
Yeah, it's a tough gig.
doing the job of 2 men.
So, yes, I've done a bit of live streaming in the past, but not poker. Done school graduations and concerts and musicals and things like that, and all the effort goes to switching cameras live, monitoring audio, monitoring internet, monitoring the quality of the stream, moderating comments. There's so much that goes into it. And to imagine doing all of that, plus tracking hands and typing in values and chips and listening to the dealer and communicating back and forth, and then on top of that, to be in contact with us to say, hey, this is about to happen and that's about to happen, it would be a nightmare. So
and I'm task loading him and trying to make his life harder as well, because I'm giving him now
videos
more
to
stuff
play
to include in for these videos and what have you.
So shout out to Maddie and all the people that have this tough gig. It's no mean feat. There's very, very few people in the world that can do this.
One thing I do really like about this setup actually is we are essentially on the other side of the wall to the table, which is really good because a lot of the time on these streams
It can be heard.
It can be hard to have the commentary at a distance where you can't hear, or somewhere where you can't see the action, which is obviously a bit of a pain. I mean, most of the commentators will always do their best to not sort of get a peek and cheat, but you know, we are.
I saw a hand and predicted a river card perfectly, and I was like, "How did you know that?" And 5 minutes later, I see him peeking from behind the rail. So,
but it's great for us because we're nice and just cornered off in this little section, so no spoilers for us, which is great. Well, I mean, I'm in and out, so it is a bit spoilery for me, but
the only downside is we're right next to the kitchen, so 3 hours ago it smelt great, but now we're hearing the hose and banging and plates and bashing. Like there's a bit of a racket. I think we need some noise cancelling headphones going forward.
Developing here, Fletcher min clicks it up. Clever does shove his 8s all in. Looks like it's going to get snapped off, so we will go to the flop. Clever all in and at risk with his 8s, looking to fade an ace or a jack. Let's see what we got in store. Flop, deuce, 3, 6.
Almost as clean as it gets. No backdoor spades to worry about now. Oh, a jack on the river. And that means we will lose Clever. And right on cue, instant replay. This you, Jamie?
No, I had no idea. I just realised I got I just obviously coming in back.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
This works out. It does.
Look at that guard of honour. That fist bump.
He's a very likable dial, Clever, hey?
There was something satisfying about the bang, 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 all in a line. It was presidential in a sense.
And these guys are all raining Fletcher, right?
Yeah, of course. It's Fletcher's rail. And well, we're down to 4. G's in the chat for Kleber Piccione.
Cashing out for $21,000. Not too shabby. No doubt he'll be reinvesting some of that throughout some of this series.
Yep. Boost to the bankroll for some of what's to come. If my maths is correct, then that would mean... Let me just do some maths here. That means Kleber can fire 60 bullets into the PLO 4-5-6 rotation.
And you'll need them.
If you're playing a 4-5-6 rotation, 60 bullets might not be enough.
I'm trying to think about the most number of bullets that I've heard of. I have heard that someone here, I won't say names, but I have heard of someone here firing 23 or 27 bullets into... It was either a main or a... It was either like a 1,000 marquee event or a main, but an absolute shed load. And I definitely heard someone else firing a shed load. I think a min fired like 13 when he won or something. Wasn't it a shed load
in the APL main?
Yeah.
He fired 5 or 6.
It was only 5 or 6. No.
Only 5 or 6, but yeah, it was the magic number. It seemed to work, and then I think Igor, who won it this year, fired 1.
Yeah, right.
And he didn't bat. I think he started the day with like 60k. Start stack was 30k. Started day 2, 60,000 in chips. Wins the main event. 730 grand later.
Cheers.
Yeah. Thanks for coming. Speaking of Igor, I wonder if we'll see him this series. He's based in Adelaide and Brazilian, but he's been travelling around to play a fair bit of what's on.
I mean, that's obviously one of the things that, I mean, the King's Room growth has been pretty crazy, considering that this is still a fairly new room and venture. Its growth has been kind of crazy. This is like a 3 million plus guarantee series or something.
And what's going to help is this live stream. So
exactly, and this live stream, you know, we're hoping to attract, you know, some of those guys that want to travel. The stream just adds so much to.
It's a big ad.
It.
It's an ongoing ad, and see Fletcher there, waking up with deuces, and one of his outs has just been folded. And it's going to defend as expected. And there are no clean flops for deuces, except for ones with a deuce on it, but it's not as clean as it gets, but it's clean, which is you'll take it when you have deuces. And then there's the money card for Adrian, who locks up the pot. So must have had 2 deuces folded in the lead up. And I might not have noticed. Yeah, Jack Deuce was folded by Nicholas Lee, so there were no deuces in the deck for Fletch to find. And again, down to 4 players, and considering the depth of stacks that we are presented with, that's pretty quick. Faster than expected.
Yeah, I think there just has been a lot of, you know, pretty big hands against big hands, but also like the short stack versus the big stack, or the shorter stack being eliminated and at risk. That, you know, sometimes, especially with this depth with nearly 150 in play, you really can you can really just be constantly having the shorty double up, and we could easily have, you know, 7 or 8 people still at this trying to get the pay jump. You know, it gets into that stage where everyone's pretty even and everyone wants that jump, but the decisions have been a little bit more forced in this.
Pretty clear cut, yeah.
It's kind of good. I think it's entertaining. We've got a little bit more freedom and dynamic of play rather than everyone just playing super tight, which is not nearly as entertaining. So that's kind of great for this first stream as well, to have a few changing dynamics. Go to the flop, 10-9 suited versus King 5. Bit of a slightly wider open. King 5 under the gun, but 4-handed.
There are worse boards for King High, and Adrian might not mind this. Kind of could have a stab on this spade, and he does. There's half pot, and I think Nicholas could peel to keep him honest.
I don't know, I'm not sure.
I don't. He wouldn't love it, but I feel like just the check back on the flop. I think has invited this call on the turn. Blocks straights here, but and he's got a lock on the hand, and he's thinking, does he have a stab at this? You'd imagine he'd just check it back to Adrian, who you assume
I think
can't think he'll be good if he checks back. But
he's got to check lose or put a big stab in. But
yeah. Yeah, not eager to show his hand. Four-handed, King High. Yeah, it's fair. I would have preferred a flop lead rather than a lead on the turn. I feel like a double barrel might have worked rather than a check and then a barrel on the turn.
yeah, I think I'll follow up with a lot more c-bets on that flop, but I am certainly not going to question,
That's the
Adrian.
thing, yeah, there's a reason why we're here. We'll wait for the pros for their input when they come in and out, but for now we can only hypothesise and give an opinion, but an opinion that we will tell you is not an expert one.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I was having a conversation. I played a game on Friday. I played the Kings Classic. Nice deep run. Really enjoyed it. It was good fun. But there was this one spot I was a little bit short. I think I had about 15 bigs, and I was contemplating a shove with Ace 9. By the by, whether it was the right move or not, but it was, my thought process was more about the fact that the dynamics on the table was working really well, and I was dealer and they were hijacking, they had limps, and just felt like I was going to pick up some free money there. And upon deciding to make the fold and reserving my chips, the hijack says that I made the right call. And I was like, yeah, no, fine. I mean, it's not the GTO, but it's not about always the GTO. It's about
Player dynamics
and what I'm feeling to the person next to me.
Yep.
And I think a lot of commentary we look at the right moves and the GTO and what we should do, but there's so many subtleties which we will never get on the stream in terms of noticing things, and whether it is a live read or a tell, or just certain body languages or breaths. I mean, I've made calls and folded because someone's breathed in a certain way, and it just instantly looks weak or strong.
Great perspective to bring up, because we don't see everything. We don't see things through these players' eyes. We see the cards, but we don't see the way that a player's pulse is exploding out of their neck, or veins popping in their forehead.
Right, I'm going to return and do some other media-related work, and I'll leave you for now, Chris. I'll see if we can sub anyone else in to see this through, but keep up great work.
If you're in the room and listening and you're free for a moment, applications are open. I'm not just going to say come on and walk in. We do have a bit of a vetting process. No hard feelings if you're not quite selected, but we're open to options. Just go and see Jamie or Mark or any of the staff and put your name forward and say, I'm interested in coming in, and we'll see what we can do.
C3, let's do 500.
So we've got a hand brewing here. We've had Fletch open from under the gun with the ace-8. Nick Lee 3-betting the king-6 of spades. And then Adrian, if you don't mind, in the small blind with the ace-king. The question is how big. It's going to be a 4-bet. Does he click it? Does he go 2.5x? And it looks... I'm not going to make a guess until I see it on the graphics. 3 million. That's the 4-bet, and can't imagine King 6 will be coming along after that re-raise. And Adrian picks up another 2.4 mil in chips, and look at that chip lead. 14 million, 57 bigs. Fletcher Smith the next with 33, 25 for Nick Lee. And Hao Chen now the shortest, 12 bigs. Hoping to find a spin or watch a cooler unfold between two of the other stacks. Now, slightly less of a premium for Adrian in this spot. And for everyone in that regard, just a walk for Fletcher in that hand. So again, a fantastic structure. This was a $750 buy-in that had a $250K guarantee. They well exceeded it. $412,000 prize pool. If that is not blowing it out of the water, then nothing is. And there's plenty of other big guarantees to come. As the mini-main event, a $450 buy-in with a $150K guarantee, and as I read that, I'm almost tempted myself to jump into that one. And Nick Lee gets a walk with the Ace-King. Big slick coming up a fair bit on this final table.
I was folding. I was definitely folding.
Blinds 100,000, 250,000. And there's some piles going on. Look at that stack for Adrian Pacheco. We said it's 2.5 years since a first place result has appeared on his handed mob. And Fletcher with the ace queen bumps it up to 500K. Nicholas Lee in the small blind, happy to let go of the ace-3 and queen deuce for Adrian Pacheco. He's got the chips, and I imagine he'll be defending. Could even get dicey and 3-bet here, but happy to defend. Can flop pretty well sometimes, but he is dominated in this spot. Whoa. That, you couldn't ask for a better flop if you're Adrian Pacheco in this spot. He's not only hit his only live card, he's got 2 spades to work with as well. So I think we might see Fletcher checking back, which he does. That is not a great board for him, for both his hand nor his range. And also smacks a big blind range, and that's almost putting it lightly. Now Adrian, if he bricks out spades on the river, he's not going to have complete faith in his hand, but a board pair is not bad for him. I don't imagine he'll be... He could, if he leads, it'd be... I don't know if it'd be for value. Could be. Can target hands like ace high to call and be good, and Fletcher might consider this. It's possibly spades that miss that take the same line, and we can see that Adrian has missed his spades, but he does have a deuce to work with to give him a pair, and Fletcher's got a legitimate decision to make here. It's 2 big blinds as the bet. He's got ace high. And we've seen that Adrian's capable of making some interesting plays, so I feel like if I'm Fletcher, I can almost talk myself into calling in this spot. And he does. And gets... Oh, wait. Am I seeing things? Or am I just... Apologies, ladies and gents. I'm on my own here, and I'm feeling it.
Yeah, big R would have pulled it easier.
We've got to replay this. Yeah, he threw in calling chips. Okay, it said that Fletcher folded, so I'm going to just inform our stream guy. Because now I think the chip counts might be off as a result of that. I just thought I was going insane. I could have sworn I saw Fletcher call and then it said fold, so... yep. Adrian just keeps adding to his stack. Gonna go quiet for about 30 seconds, so bear with me, guys. I'll be back with my voice in about a minute's time.
C2 all in. C6 hold. Good to go. Yep. Do you know how much do you want to know how much the all in? Yeah, just hold it. Yeah.
Are you against the deal with this chip plate at the moment? I don't want it. You don't want it? Okay, sweet. Let's go. They said no. They said no to the deal.
And we're back. Getting to the business end here of the Colossus. Day number 3. Day 2 was Saturday. The players have had a day off to rest. And they've come in well prepared for this occasion.
4, 5, 6.5. Yeah, 6.8 million after the big one.
And of course, the one hand where I disappear is where there's a knockout. I think. Yep, I missed it. But what that does mean is that there are 3 players left in the hunt for a title after we lose Hao Chen. And it was Nicholas Lee affecting the knockout. So there's still more than 125 big blinds in play.
C3 relays to 1.5.
So plenty of play left in this one, provided there are no crazy coolers anytime soon. But we're going to see a lot more of this. The ranges are really going to widen up. So we get Adrian bumping up the 6-7 suited from the button. Fletcher in the big blind, running with the King 6-0. And Adrian's going to peel it in position. You're going to see plenty of this, and it gets fun because King High is monstrous. Three-handed and 7-6 suited. Very playable. The ranges are real wide here, and that's what makes it so tough at this stage of the tournament. You just don't know what you're up against. And the beauty of it is that you can rep so much. If you have a great hand, you can expect value, even from some weaker hands. And we can see that King 6 has the best of it on this board, and 7-6 is really, really clutching at straws here to find anything good about this flop, and Adrian cannot justify continuing in this hand, and he relinquishes some chips, and with those stacks, it is even between Nick, Lee and Fletcher. Feel free to say good day in the chat. I'm well, Liam. Thank you for asking. And I think we have a dead button at the moment. I'm just questioning these positions, wondering why it says under the gun for Adrian, and going to assume that button's in the dead spot at the moment. And again, this is textbook three-handed poker, Jack 5-0 and 8-3-0. Not much to see there. So again, a reminder of the payouts. Everyone from this point onwards has locked up a minimum of $37,400. Then we have a 20K pay jump to the $57,000 mark. And up top, 88 grand. And I do believe they're going to take a little bit of a breather here just to give the players a short break while they recheck the counts. And there, a card on the floor, by the looks of it, just in the wash. They will double check the deck, make sure everything is still in order. And green chips will be coming into play as well. They'll be worth 1 million each. So, as you can see there, Adrian Pacheco with piles in front of him. And as fun as that is, for practical purposes, they're going to use this little bit of time just to do some colouring up, and that's where you'll see those green chips come into play. The players are going to have a tiny bit of a break, but we're going to have a look around the room at the moment. There is plenty going on here at the King's Room, here at St George Leagues Club in Sydney for the Sydney Millions. Expecting plenty more players to rock up throughout the course of the series. There's Kleber Piccione, as he was eliminated in 5th place. And then we just said goodbye to Hao Chen in 4th position, picking up 21,000 and 26,000 respectively between the two of them. And we're looking around the room. That there is the Players Champs flight number C. Well, not number C. C is not a number. It's my first day. Players Champs flight C. Day 2 tomorrow. Registration open for the first 2 levels of tomorrow, and you can come in with 35 big blinds. Absolute piles. looks like we'll be going right through until we find a champion. And it's anyone's game. Adrian Pacheco does have the advantage in terms of the counts, but you cannot write off the two players with 34 and 38 big blinds in a structure this good with a capacity this good. I'm going to rotate through some guests that want to pop in and out. Unfortunately, just busting in the Players' Champs, I think it was, no? In the mini-main. We've got Keo Win, one of my Hills District regs, and TD'd yourself for a little bit as well, yeah?
Yeah, TD'd in the ride region for a short amount of time.
Yep, so playing a little bit more frequently you are now. You had played a fair bit at the recent APL Million, and here gunning for it at this series here, and just trying to find some volume, get some results. You had a couple of good runs at the APT series at Bella Vista as well.
Yeah, had some good runs there. Made a final table for the Hashin deep stack, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, you burst the bubble in that as well, didn't you? I think.
Yeah, it was
Who
quite
was the
funny.
dealer for you on that table? I think.
Conveniently, it was you.
Yeah. Pressure was on.
yeah.
Two of the biggest stacks in the tournament get it in on a stone bubble in like a, what was that, 5 or 6 bet pot? Or was it
6-bet pot.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Anyway, so I got Keo with me now. He doesn't fancy himself too much in commentary, but we'll see how he goes. We've got Adrian here. Calling. So yeah, completing from the small blind with the King 10 of diamonds, and Fletcher has 3x the 8-3-0, to which Adrian has called, and now Fletcher is probably screaming internally as he continues with the 8-3-0. Now, Keo, what are your thoughts on this play?
In all honesty, it's a good play, but unfortunately, Pacheco has...
Just has a hand.
Yeah. If he doesn't have a hand, he's probably just going to fold, or he's just going to call fold.
And if a king doesn't come on the turn, a second barrel might have got the job done, but now I don't think we'll be seeing Adrian go anywhere, and I'm assuming Fletcher... I was going to say Fletcher might slow down, but he might look to use the king to his advantage and maybe barrel again. Do you think that that's his intent in this spot, considering he's still tanking? He's going to take this king and run with it?
I'm actually not too sure. Fletcher is a very good player, so go either way.
And as I thought, he is. And you can't blame him, because after he raises pre, he's going to think that he has a lot more of these kings that favour him, but we can see that Adrian is just laying this trap to perfection. We can see there Jamie in the background, the brand new iPhone 17 Pro, the orange, and just by the look of it there, I think it's the 512 gigabyte model. And it's not because he told me an hour ago, but catching the action, he's giving us those extra perspectives, and now Adrian here comes in with the raise, and I think if I'm Fletcher, I'm glad I've been raised there. It means I can finally muck that hand and not worry about having to continue with it, but that's just the nature of this short-handed business end of the tournament. You just take a hand and run with it, and it's so hard to get a feel for what you're up against, and especially when you get a player like Adrian just checking, flatting, cool, you do the betting, I'll come along. Unfortunate for Fletcher to just run into it like he just did.
Yeah, usually in those moments, a barrel would take it down, but unfortunately, Pacheco had the hand.
Just pat it, and that's going to happen sometimes, so it's no fault of Fletcher. It's really about your actual hand sometimes, at least when you're the aggressor. Just, yep. And he's happy to let that one go.
I was watching the stream a bit while I was playing the mini main, and Nick came as second chip leader, correct? Nicholas Lee.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah, he had piles for... Well, he started the day with the chip lead. That's for sure.
Yeah, I believe so. And then also believe that he didn't get into many pots on the final table, did he?
No, he kind of been chilling.
All right.
It's been the Fletcher show, it's been the Adrian show.
Yeah. Yeah, Player and I were watching the stream because it's also outside on the wall.
Yep.
And we were just every orbit. Fletcher would always pick up pocket queens, pocket tens.
We were
just
saying he's had
monsters.
tens, queens, kings, and aces all at various points throughout our streamed coverage. He is due for jacks, but he's gotten value from each of those hands. He had king queen jam into him with the aces.
He also had ace 7 against ace jack, and he found
the 7 on the river for the boat. They both had trips on the turn. Found the 7 on the river. Probably could have got more value than he did. But that queen's hand, it was a 4-4 deuce flop, I think 9 on the turn, and he was up against pocket 8s.
Right,
Eights found a raise on that 9. And Fletcher still came along. And then
I believe
called off on the river. Or
it was a very small bet, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think I needed to see a jam or something really put Fletcher to the test there, but it was a sizing that just meant he could comfortably call without too much fear.
Yeah. Yeah, in those kind of spots, you just have to go for the overbet jam.
Yep. So now he's dwindled down a little bit just as a result of that hand. He's down to 24 bigs, but still absolutely spinnable and not out of it yet. And I wouldn't even call it spinnable. It's already spun. 24 bigs is
pretty healthy.
More than fine, yeah, absolutely. And so he's defended the 10-6-0. And King 5 of clubs is actually one of the stronger hands that is going to be raising the button there. And
yep, just an easy check fold.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, it just wasn't a favourable flop for him.
Yeah, not a lot of favourable. There's not going to be a lot of favourable flops for anyone really at this stage of the tournament, just considering the VPIPs are just going to skyrocket during three-handed play, and then we'll see when we get to heads up how the dynamic completely changes depending on the stacks at the time. But it's a whole different ball game. It's if you're trying to teach someone poker for the first time, don't show them three-handed poker.
Yeah.
To start with,
because obviously these guys are going to take lines that you don't usually do in a nine-handed game.
No, absolutely not. It's funny, we were seeing a lot of folds. We were seeing folds with ace jack. We were seeing folds for ace 7 suited and ace 4 suited, ace 3. There's all these hands were folding, and then you get to three-handers like, ooh, 8-3 off. Thank you. Let's raise a pre and double barrel.
Yeah.
But that's just what it is. It's the nature of the game.
Yeah, and I also believe, I think I saw for a short moment, I believe Fletcher opened ace 8 off, and then Nick found the 3-bet on the button, I believe, with king 6 suited, and then Pacheco found ace king and just 4-bet clicks.
Yep.
For like 2.5x.
Well, there was a crazy hand where jacks opens button, 2 bigs. Fletcher made it, I think, 8 bigs out of the small blind with ace queen of spades. Then ace queen O there from Nicholas clicks it. So it goes like 400k, 1.3, and then it went like 2.3. And then Fletch just finds the fold.
Wow.
And it was just this, it was the clicky size of it that was just so dicey to be up against. Jack's just got out of the way straight away, almost. And then Fletcher's just sitting there with ace queen going like, what do I do? It's just such a tough spot. So we've seen some really, really interesting poker. So it's been a fun stream to commentate because of the lines that we've seen being taken and the player dynamics and how they've been kind of adapting to each other's play. Because Fletch started the night playing super snug, folding a lot, making good folds, playing disciplined, and then you just see that ace, the 8-3-0 hand. Then it just shows how things need to change.
Yeah.
And it looks like, speaking of things need to change, we've got a dealer change happening. We've got ATM coming into the chair.
Yeah. Has he been dealing in Sydney for a while?
He's been around for the best part of the last year, I'd say. I've seen A-Team around.
Yeah, I think I first met him maybe end of last year.
Yeah. He's travelled a bit as well. He's been in Adelaide. He's done Gold Coast. Can't recall if he was in Albury. I think he's done Melbourne. So
Was he at the Ville with you?
He was not at the Ville. No. There's 3 people I've seen that were at the Ville just this past week, and they all arrived today. It was Amanda and Alex, who were the 2 stream dealers to begin, and
also
Brian, who was TAing. They're a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, they are workhorses.
They are.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I could not be doing what they're doing today. I'm very lucky that after the week that I've had to chill in the chair, speak to people, watch some poker, commentate with the microphone. I can sip a drink when I want. But to deal on a stream table and consistently and without making an error, like Amanda and Alex have done for the last few hours, after 8 days of working straight, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Fortunately for Nick, he raised aces and got 0 action. I feel like it's a bit hard to get any action 3-handed with aces, to be fair.
Zaya, did they change the deck? No need to change the deck. They just would have 100% checked the counts. Just a card falls on the floor. Just not an issue. They just, if anything, they could have picked it up and kept going, but they always double check that nothing else fell and there's no damage or anything, and it's just all fine. They just used it as a chance to have a quick break to colour up the chips. We saw a mountain in front of Adrian, and rightly so. But just to make it easier going forward, they did some colouring up. Easier for the dealers to count in the event of future all-ins, as we see Adrian bumping up the 8s pre. You could argue a 3-bet with the ace-3 suited, especially given what we've seen in short-handed play so far. But again, it's almost one of those hands where it's like strong enough 3-handed to take a post and navigate it there and can potentially win more money. And with 2 clubs on the flop, it gives him some help. Turns a 3, so he's at least connecting with the board, and so goes check to the river. And I feel like this could go check now as well, with both players happy with the little bit of showdown value that they have. Or I can see Nicholas turning his hand into a bluff, honestly, after Adrian checked back the turn. But no, he does play it safe, and I like a check back here if I'm Adrian, because I don't know what I can get value from. He does bet. I think it's fair to assume that he's got the best hand, and now Nicholas, I suppose, has a bluff catcher. And goes for it. Yep. Nicely played by Adrian. So check on the turn. And I think it gives both players confidence that they have the best hand.
Yeah, definitely, especially when he takes that line, whereas not much aggression.
Yeah, I think so it works out well for Adrian in the sense that his hand can look like a bit of a stab, because I do like checking back there some of the time. And because of that, the bet can lean more towards looking like a bluff, and then you've got bottom pair, and that can work well as a bluff catcher, and that's what we just saw. So anyways, okay, maybe they did change the deck. Never mind. Thanks, Anthony. I did disappear for a moment during that break, so I would not have witnessed that. The Twitch channel, not too sure yet. I don't know if it's up and running at the moment, but our new YouTube channel certainly is, and that's King's Room Premium Poker. Oh, sorry, King's Premium Poker Room. King's Premium Poker Room on YouTube. Again,
Alright.
thanks to all of those tuning in on our Facebook Live and leaving comments. Nice to have some interactions. Say g'day if you like. Once again, Chris Waddy, your host, anchoring the stream for the best part of the next week and welcoming guests in and out throughout. Keo Wynn with me now, just one of our regular players in the Sydney scene.
Quite fresh to the scene, to be fair.
Relatively fresh. How old are you again? Like 20?
21,
20.
about to turn 22.
There we go. Okay.
Very, very young.
They grow up so fast. So, see the hand here. Another attempted complete from the small blind with the 4-5 suited, and Adrian with a genuine hand in the big blind. We saw this line before, but between Adrian and Fletcher, where it went complete from the small, 3x from the big. But this time, instead of 8-3-0, which would have been nice on this flop, Adrian's got the 7s. And Nicholas with a bit of hope, backdoor flush draw that no longer can eventuate with that deuce on the turn, but has a gutter. But that gutter will not be good. Except for the fact that he's now got a double gutter with that deuce. So only 3 now to win the hand. So Nicholas is going to think he's got a double gutter here. And let's go and check, bet. He's bumped up the raise on the flop and he's possibly just going to run with this turn. And he does. He bets 2 million. Those green chips now in play.
What are your thoughts if you're in Pacheco's spot?
I don't love it, but I'm also not folding.
Because there's so many bluffs.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he should be happy with this river.
Yeah, it's now far less likely he's up against an 8, and there's just... I'm now praying that my opponent has a 6 or a deuce. And he's, reaching for chips here. Nicholas evaluating his stack. He's got 5.1 behind. Just about 8 million in this pot. Okay, he's put in a time bank chip. Once again, they do look like the poker chips, so it can be a little bit confusing for a moment. I'm almost nervous for Nicholas's sake. Because if he piles... I can't
Pacheco just
see
snaps.
Adrian folding, he just has to snap off. He checks, okay, so plays it safe, and now Pacheco can be tempted to go for value, but if you look back at this line that you see on the side of your screen, he's possibly just going to be happy with what's in the middle, and that's a massive pot. That's a huge pot. And 72 big blinds are now in Adrian Pacheco's possession.
Wasn't folding.
Now he has 88. Look at the chip lead.
Yeah, 88, sorry. Nicholas now dropping to the 21 big mark, and Fletcher not far off. So the disparity between Adrian Pacheco and the other two is growing. And now here is where, like, I need a super pro next to me to talk about how Adrian approaches this. He doesn't want any of the other two to bust anytime soon. He wants to just keep them both in and keep plugging away at their stacks as much as possible. And it's something I've heard about, like, in recent times, about, like, Adrian can be, like, folding some monsters against jams just purely to keep them in the game.
Right.
So wait for spots to just keep opening, get them to fold. And then just so that their goals are to outlast each other.
Right, okay.
And
Because he has so much of a chip lead.
He has so much of a chip lead that it's better for him for the other two to just play tight and try to hang in there for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Like, there's people that can explain it a lot better than I can.
I think the word is ICM.
Yeah, but from that's from the short stacks perspective. They're trying to stay in, obviously. Like they're trying to outlast the other. That's the ICM perspective. But for Adrian, he's incentivized to keep both of them in
Right.
for the time being. He'd rather chip away at them slowly than just raw knock one of them out right now.
Right, okay. I think he would still take some chances, but I guess for his marginal hands, he would just put them in the lock.
He would be wanting to grind them down to 12 bigs, down to 9, down to 5. Be like just tear them apart rather than just knock one out.
Right, okay.
I think. I'm pretty sure. I need a super pro watching to confirm or deny, but I'm like if you think about it, because they're going to play so tight
Yeah.
to not bust, to not bust before the other.
Yeah, because obviously, at the end of the day, they want the pay jump as being the shorty.
Of course. So I think Liam J, who's going to be here later in the series, but he was telling me last night how he was playing with Michael Adamo once, and there was a hand where Adamo clicked ace king suited,
Yep.
short stack jammed for 4 bigs, and Adamo folded like face up,
Wow.
because he wanted to keep that short stack in the game to not give everyone else a pay jump, so that
Right.
everyone plays so tight. And it's along those lines in this situation.
Right, yeah.
And the conversation was like, who's the best poker player in Australia? And it's just other level big brain play stuff like that,
Yeah.
which your normal GTO pro is just going to be like, oh, I'll just snap off with ace king. But like it's big brain stuff that's like insane to hear about, but it makes perfect sense as well. Like,
Yeah, because if it's a shorty boss, they get the pay jump, but if he keeps getting the middling stacks chips,
yeah, like what would you rather? Like if you're Adrian and say Fletcher, Fletcher jams right now with kings, you're Adrian, you wake up with aces, you call, and you're now heads up against Nicholas, who's got 20 bigs, you got 110. It's still a comfortable spot. But if you can navigate it so that your opponent gets to heads up with like 6 bigs because they're holding on for dear life
Right.
against the other short stack, then it's just,
it's, yeah.
yeah.
I want to say future game, but I don't think that's the right word.
I was about to say that as well, but the future game is a different meaning. It's like literally, it's the game in the future.
Yeah.
It's literally that.
Yeah.
But it's fascinating to think about. So if I'm Adrian here, I'm just chipping away slowly. And also, like, if you do have a hand like Ace King, like, you're flipping half the time essentially,
Yeah.
like, depending on the hand you're up against. So there's not only the risk that you don't even bust that player, there's a chance that you just double them up, and then they've all of a sudden got 40 bigs, you're down to 70, and then
Yeah, and the last thing you want is for them to get the deck.
you want to avoid like big spots. You just want to keep just grinding, just keep clicking, keep opening, keep chipping away, let them keep folding to outlast the other, and just grind them down. Like, yeah, I need some, like, this is where I want, like, someone to really put it into layman's terms better than I can, but do you kind of get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, yeah. I get what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, so Nicholas wakes up with jacks.
He limps.
Yep, and limps. And again, this is all, pretty standard when you're short-handed, because Adrian could be just bumping up the queen eight so often, and just jacks is just such a strong hand in this scenario, 3-handed, that you're happy to take a post and just take the odds that you're probably going to win the hand regardless, and try to let your opponent catch up in any capacity just to get more chips in the middle than you probably could have pre. And now is where he starts reaching for chips, and I just don't think that Adrian can call, although Nicholas is heavily under-repped. But I just... The only way I see Adrian putting more chips in the middle is if he finds a raise here, just as a pure bluff, yeah. So, like, maybe he bumps it up to, like, 1.1 if he's going to raise, but no, it's good fold. But
Yeah, it would have to be a raw bluff with no no blockers, no backdoor equity.
Like, it's just pure
Well,
air. It's
yeah.
pure air.
Yeah, just queen high.
But again, it's three-handed poker, so
Not too many bluffs would be happening, especially for Nick and Fletch.
yep.
Adrian, on the other hand.
But again, like
yeah.
it's a disgusting spot there if you're Nicholas and you've limped your jacks pre, it comes an ace-high flop, and you just get raised on the turn. You're like, "Ugh, what is
Yeah.
this?" But
Yeah.
again, there's
In
there's
theory,
the
yeah.
leveling of knowing that Adrian can be doing that light, you know, and jacks might just still be great.
Rip it, Adrian. Rip it.
Rip it, Adrian. Rip it, says Fletcher. As he's got pocket eights. We're going to assume that he hasn't looked at his hand yet, so he's saying that without knowing he's got eights. His cards are on the reader, but you'd imagine he hasn't looked until now. There he is. He realizes he has eights.
And he's like,
And
I wish he ripped.
yeah, now, so the blind's 300k. Yeah, so I think we're going to see a 750, maybe 800k? Maybe 800 or 850. Oh,
1 mil.
1,050,000. Wow.
I think
It's
3.5.
in position.
3.5. I think it is pretty standard, but I'm not
But
too sure.
maybe because Adrian's just so deep
Yeah.
that if he does have a hand that's going to call, he's going to call 3.5x as he would.
And then
at
find
three.
a turn jam or a river jam.
Yeah, potentially. So I think that sizing is almost just more based off the fact that Adrian's got piles. So anyway, standard three-handed poker. We're going to see a lot of 4-deuce off and 9-5 off and Queen 7 suited that gets a walk. So, Kia, what have you got your eye on for the rest of this series?
In all honesty, I have no clue. I need to look at the schedule again.
Yep.
The only reason I played tonight and the Colossus was I bought, I believe, a 2-game package of someone from a different game. And yeah, bagged off 1 bullet in the Colossus. Ran
Oh, yeah, you found a
70.
cash. That's
yeah.
right. And let's look at your result.
Oh no.
You are on this sheet somewhere. You were, there we go, 29th, $1,900.
Yep.
Not bad.
Yep.
Is that money back from the package you bought?
Yes. Yeah.
There we
yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Yeah. Very happy days. Yeah. I
And
believe.
you made the
yeah.
points jump to 44.
Yeah. One
Oh,
thing.
wait, you're 28.
One thing I don't know is tanking with time banks.
Oh, yeah?
Whenever I have time banks, I never use them for some reason. I just never end up using them. I should
Oh.
start using them. to be
Yeah,
honest.
you might as well. If you're about to potentially bust, then
Yeah.
just...
I don't know. I was finding jams, but
Yeah.
no callers. So I was like, maybe I can get this jam through in the button with ace-9 off for 7 bigs, which is pretty standard. And Nicholas Lee actually re-jams the small blind, and he has ace-7 suited.
Oh,
Yeah, so I believe I flopped middle pair
Yep.
while he flops a flush draw, and then the turn makes him the nut flush.
GG's.
Yeah.
GG's in the chat for Keo. So you finished 29th, and we started today with top 18. So you weren't far off this stage, to be honest. Could have been commentating you at the start of the day, but still a decent run. I'm not going to don't take that as a needle. Take that as a you did well.
No, yeah, I mean, I was down to 10 bigs at one point in day 2, so to spin it up was really, really good.
Nice. Well, and one of our mates, Chris Petrie, the reigning champion of this event, he's going to pop by and visit us in the booth at some stage as well.
I would have loved if he won it back-to-back,
Would have been cool.
but unfortunately,
Yeah, he's just saving the run good for the main.
yeah.
Yep. Up. Here we go. So, Adrian, again, you can argue a complete from the small blind, but which is what he does with the Queen Jack. Again, it's a strong hand. You don't want to keep your opponent's bad hands in there and hope that you both grab a piece and that your piece is better. And speaking of pieces, there's gutter for Fletcher, but 2 pair for Adrian, and it's hard to see Fletcher sticking around. And when you've got the board this much dominated, I wouldn't mind some checks here from Adrian. to be honest. Because Fletcher's just going to be folding. Well, I guess the only hand that you want to keep in is a hand like 9x that can...
Or a 10x.
Yeah, 10x, yeah, actually.
But unfortunately, yeah, Adrian had that board on lock.
Yep.
How long have you been playing poker for?
Dad taught me when I was young. Started with like 5-card stud.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I remember he would play his local game, go to Parramatta, and play every Monday night. Every Monday night, Dad was at our house. That was his poker night. And I used to watch, back when the rugby league was Monday night football, I used to watch that many games on my own because Dad was always at poker night. And I remember saying, oh, when I turn 18, I'm going to play poker. And then I played the Governor of Poker app, which you might not know. You wouldn't
I think I'm
probably
too young for
before-
that.
Yeah, too young
I think
for
the
that.
one I know
Some
is
people that
Zinga.
might know what I'm talking about. It was that app on my old iPod Touch.
Oh, I know what that is.
Yeah, okay.
I know what that is.
Yeah, throughout my early teens, and I was like, even earlier than that, playing that game, and it just taught me the basics about betting and bluffing and like what hands are good and what hands are not good, and that was my first introduction to Texas Hold'em. And then I really forgot about it for a while and graduated high school and was about to start uni, and I was 18 and a half, and I had some mates that I went to school with that were popping up to my local RSL playing the free rolls there, and I don't ever remember mentioning poker to them, and they said, oh, Chris, we're going to poker at the local RSL, you should come along. I'm like, oh, poker? My dad plays, and I played this app as a kid, and yeah, I'll give it a go, and started with some home games with them first, and turns out playing that app actually set me up pretty well because I won the first 3 or 4 home games I'd ever played with them. Just knew what I was doing a little bit more than them, and played a couple of free rolls, and before I knew it, I was the first out of all my mates to win a tournament out of all of us, and it was a big deal at the time.
Yeah. I remember winning my first tournament. I believe I was 19. I believe it was a competition between my brothers and I.
Yeah.
And when I had my first win, they were super stoked, and so was I. And then they're like, all right, we got to one-up you. We got to win a bigger game.
Yeah, it became a competition. Whereas we all supported each other. It was the thing that if any of us cashed, we had to shout everyone else maccas or whoever was there railing.
Yeah.
And then, I found a few wins at the free roll. What's funny is I won more games of poker, with the free rolls or $20 buy-ins in my first 12 months playing than I've won in the last 2 or 3 years. And I'm 100 times better than what I was at the time.
Yeah.
I was very much a vibe-based player. I was like, I feel like that my King 9's not going to hit here. And it just worked, and I hate admitting it because now I know what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
And I'm just I just brick, and I just I have to open this spot, and I just, don't find any luck. And
you're 25% of the time I meant to get there.
Yeah, exactly. And then I was like, I don't feel like my ace king's going to be good here. That's how I used to play, and I used to win. And then now, and I will never go back to that. But part of me is like, oh, geez, something was working then. But yeah, that's how I got into it. And then after a year of playing these free rolls and that, I would always help out the TD by wiping a table or sorting a deck or doing something like that, and that was enough for me to get a taste for the work side of the game.
About break even?
So they basically said, would you be interested in being a TD? And I was like, yep. Did that for a couple years, and before I knew it, we had a poker tour enter my local RSL. Castle RSL was the first ever APL PT to be held in Sydney. And I was TDing there, and there was a bloke running around with a camera named Landon, and he was the photographer, and he did media coverage and social media. I was like, oh, I'm a photographer. I was a photographer from early high school, and I'm going to cut myself off as we see Nicholas Lee stick all his chips in the middle with the ace-6 of diamonds up against Adrian's ace-jack-O. And 67% of the time we are going to heads up after this hand.
Oh.
There's one diamond and an up and down straight draw. There's a multitude of
Oh.
outs here. There's a 6 and a jack on the river.
Oh my gosh.
We'll talk about a roller coaster, and it all happens so quickly. There's no... Got to speak to these dealers about slowing it down for the drama of the stream. But you see Fletcher there gets the heads up. We lose Nicholas Lee in third place. The start of day chip leader. Eliminated in third for a very handy $37,400. And we are now heads up here in the Colossus. Adrian Pacheco, your overwhelming chip leader, 26,088 big blinds. With Fletcher, his opponent, 5 million in his possession, good for 17 bigs.
This is what you play poker for.
We'll let the mic table talk. We'll let the table mic do some of the talking here.
Yeah. As in here and there, or here and here, like. That was fucked. Julian, top 2. Just wait to tell what they tell me what to do. Look at my enemy. Oh, we can? Oh, fair enough. Can you tell me how much I have once a week? Yeah. Feeling us energy, just in case I get a bit of a double. Use forward $500 each. That is the best thing ever. You knew why. You knew why. I wouldn't have run this far. I know. They said if they bought in, it wouldn't have happened. Doesn't need it. He's got 26 million. Five to 1 chip lead. Won't matter. He's got 88 big blinds. Yeah. 3 doubles. He knows my rails here, so he's worried. Don't worry.
All right, we're beginning heads-up play now. Fletcher versus Adrian. Adrian, as we can see, with a strong chip lead, but anything can happen. It is by no means done and dusted. And Fletcher currently ahead in this hand with the top pair. Adrian bricking this river. And if all goes to plan, Fletcher will be scooping the first pot of this heads-up battle. Don't see him folding a 10 here on this board, especially against a blocker bet here from Adrian. Could consider a raise here. And the question is how much, and it won't matter how much, I suppose, because I don't think Adrian will be able to call if he does get raised here. So Fletcher thinking about it here. It's
1.2 million.
there we go, 1.2 million's the size. And I don't see Adrian proceeding any further with this hand as I welcome another guest in a moment. You might have heard his voice on radio before. Friend of mine plays around the Hills District every now and then. Good to catch him now. We've got Yaz Haddad here.
Thanks for having me in the commentator box.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you. Just walked outside, was looking for someone to bring into the booth. I saw you and I go, this will be good.
It's always a bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Play around at Bella Vista Hotel, Hillside Hotel, some of the Kings games there, some of the new games in the Kings area. Long-time player of the APL games in that region as well. And when you're not travelling around for work or busy on radio or making funny skits or doing podcasts, so you're not a stranger to a microphone in front of your mouth.
No, definitely not. But, poker's my escape. That's what it is.
Yeah, so we're kind of combining the two worlds at the moment. So we've got a mic in front of you and a poker screen as well with a bit of action here. 88 grand up top and 57 for second, and it's been no talk of a deal as far as I know. And why would there be when there's this much of a disparity in the counts? I was just saying there's been Adrian Pacheco has been a long-time player in the game. He's had a bit of a hiatus over the past 2 years or so. He played very regularly between 2021 and 2023.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't been on the scene as much as he was in that period.
This is Adrian you're speaking about,
Adrian
right?
I'm speaking about, yep. And he's hasn't had a title in 2.5 years. He's got a best live cash of 100 grand. So this is Adrian's Hendon, $500,000 US in winnings.
There you go. Nothing to sneeze at there.
Absolutely. And he's just come off the back of 3 5-figure cashes in a row within the past 2 months.
Safe to say he's back with a vengeance, eh?
Absolutely. And he's got a good
Look at
shot
this.
here of collecting $88,000. And he's running into it at the moment. Betting into Fletcher, who has flop trip nines and goes call check pre, check flop as you'd expect. And now Fletcher is praying that Adrian's picked up a hand like a king.
Very hard for me to fold Queen 9, you know that? It's one of my favourite hands to play.
Yeah, especially when you've flopped that well. And I'll just open up Fletcher's Hendon because he's been on the Sydney scene for a long time.
I think Fletcher's looking for the trap here.
Yeah, and Fletcher is just sitting there praying that Adrian somehow got an ace or a king in this spot so we can extract as much value as possible. And obviously we can see Adrian was merely hoping for an 8 on that river.
Keen to see what Adrian's move is here, actually.
Yeah, because Fletcher is going to be reaching for chips and leading.
Yep.
It looks like 600,000, so it's about a fifth of the pot, like a very small bet. He's bet 2 big blinds, but Adrian is not calling. Not
Definitely
with
not
10
calling.
high, but if he wants to get spicy here with a raise,
Definitely got the chips to do so if you wanted to. Might look at repping the 9 here because he
Yeah.
has been betting out.
is he trying to pick up on a read here? He's looking at chips. There's a raising chips. No, there's
No.
a calling chips.
He's called with a 10 high.
I'm trying trying to think of that.
Had no belief whatsoever.
I suppose it is heads up. There is going to be a lot of pure air in these spots.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but heads up. Obviously, the game changes completely.
Oh,
right?
it's a different game entirely. Yeah.
You're looking at 2-3 being the worst cards pre-flop instead of deuce 7, correct? Something like that.
Yeah, because 7 high has just got some inherent value, I suppose.
You're looking at the high cards there. That's
Uh-huh.
why.
Hello, Henry. Yes, that was Keo in the booth with me before. This is Chris Waddy speaking. I'll be your host and anchor throughout the majority of the stream coverage throughout the week. And with me right now, I just saw Yaz Haddad walking around the poker room, and knowing he's an experienced radio man himself, I thought who better to get on the mic right now to see us through to a champion than a man who loves to play a bit of poker and loves to have a little bit of fun on the mic every now and then. So this is Fletcher, no, not a bad Hendon himself, 194 grand in winnings. And what this is, with 57k locked up, his best cash prior was 22k. That's US dollars. I'll get an Aussie figure for you there.
Give us some quick calculations from the top of your head. Why
Yeah,
not?
35 grand is his best cash. So he has cleared that by more than 20,000 already. So good on you, Fletcher.
He's just taking down another pot as well.
Yep.
It's catching up slowly.
30 bigs. Heads up. That is piles as we have a dealer swap coming in. Looks like Bailey.
You just have a king there.
Yep, Bailey jumping into the dealer chair.
I've just noticed there's a shot clock on the
There
table there.
is. Well, it's good for the game that we haven't noticed it too much. There hasn't been much excessive tanking, and it's good for the game to have them in play. It's been 30 seconds throughout. The players have had time bank chips regularly topped up at the different stages of the tournament. And it's made for great viewing. The action has been swift. We've been going for just under 7 hours now, and we've got from 18 players down to our final 2. And bear in mind, the whole time the structure has been very solid. So at no point has the average stack dipped below 30 bigs at worst. It's hovered mainly around that 35 to 40 mark. And
Have a look at this.
so we have 2 hearts here for Adrian. Fletcher is honestly not too upset with King High, to be honest, on this paired board.
Yeah, on a board like this, you can definitely make a move with a king high.
And he's happy to just call. I think King High has just got inherent value as it stands right now.
There it is.
He makes a 3, so he's not going to be too worried about the hearts. It's hard to be. It's hard to give your opponent credit for a flush, let alone the nut flush at this stage. And I don't see Fletcher going anywhere.
Fletcher with the check.
Adrian could get sneaky here with a check back on the turn.
It's definitely what I would do in this situation. Or maybe a small bet. A small bet will kind of...
He's bet 1 big blind on the flop.
I think he has to continue, yeah.
He's going larger. That looks like 1 point something.
No, got an instant fold
Yeah,
there
1
from
point,
Fletch.
1.25. I don't mind. There's a lot of I don't think there's a wrong move in that situation. I just think when you've got the nut flush there, it's almost gives you a lock on the hand. But I think a smaller bet would have got most pairs to call.
Agreed.
So yes, you said you're flying out to Melbourne for work on Wednesday. What's
Yes.
today? So is there anything that you can try to squish into play in the meantime, or
Unfortunately not. I actually came here tonight knowing I wasn't able to play, but came to support my friend Anthony Khalil. He's playing one of the tournaments here today.
Oh yeah.
We know Anthony is doing quite well for himself when it comes to the poker world. So yeah, just here for some moral support. That's why you saw me outside walking around like a headless chicken.
And he's going, where the hell is my mate who came to support me? And then he's tuned into the stream and he's hearing your voice.
Probably, yeah.
Oh.
Probably. You've reminded me to check my phone now.
So from a field of 634 in this year's edition of the Colossus at the Sydney Millions, 2 players remain. Adrian Pacheco began with an 88 big blind advantage heads up, and it's kind of closed the gap a little bit with Fletcher, definitely a capable player. And the longer this goes, the more intense it will get. But both players will not be upset about a minimum 57 grand locked up from this point onwards. For Fletcher, it's already a best live cash for him by more than $20,000 better than his previous best. And for Adrian, it's his first big run in quite some time. Good to see him back in the big leagues, making a deep run. The last time he had a podium finish in a major event, or in any event, at least on Hendon Mob, was December of 2023, and that was a recurring tournament at the Star. In terms of a major series, you're looking at the APC Gold Coast Champs in May of 2023, where he finished first there. Prior to that, he had so many decent scores. He had a 5K challenge, third place finish for 68 grand. Before that, the opening event at WPT Prime for 25 grand, fourth place. The APL Million in 2022. That was my first series doing media with APL. And he finished fourth in that for $110,000. Still to this day, his best live cash.
6 figures, that's the goal for everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's always a fun journey to watch people go from free rolls to the 6-figure wins, isn't it?
Absolutely. And like an example of that is Brock Munro, who left a comment earlier regarding the stream. He started in the Hills District playing games at Castle RSL, free rolls and that, and then went to the APL Million last year and bought into the main event a few times, had some backing, but got to the final table, ended up coming 7th, which in hindsight was disappointing because he had a decent stack. He was chip leader to start the final table, and if he's listening right now,
I think I have heard this story.
He's going to kill me, but it was basically the story of going from smaller games, and he cashed for 100 grand. So
correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you remember that game, but was it the pocket nines that he shoved with?
Possibly. All I know is that he called off with Ace Jack as a bluff catcher, but lost to Ace Queen.
3-way all in?
Yeah, no, just Ace Queen was bluffing, and he just called off with Ace Jack, but Ace Queen high was better than Ace Jack high. So.
Gotcha. What do we have here?
I'm sorry, Brock.
We have a 2-pair over here for Fletcher.
This is interesting. We've got straight versus 2-pair.
Yeah.
And Fletcher's in trouble. He's drawing to either a chop or a boat. And Adrian's going to win this hand 90% of the time. And
could it end right here? What do you think?
That's what I'm thinking. I've now quickly shifted the conversation back to this hand because this could be it. He's used a time bank, so let's recap. Flat from Adrian pre. Fletcher checks the big. Fletcher checks the big blind. We have an all-in and a call, ladies and gentlemen. This is potentially the final hand of the Colossus. Adrian Pacheco, a 90% chance of ending it right here. Fletcher needs a 3 or a 5 to win. A deuce for a
he's
chop.
got it. Oh, no. It's a chop. It is.
Deuce for a chop.
That is a deuce from heaven.
He has found it.
Oh, he'd be happy with that, wouldn't he?
Wow.
He would be happy with that.
I might have gotten murdered by Brock if the final hand of this tournament was us talking about him calling off with Ace Jack high as a bluff catcher and losing to Ace Queen. And then I'm like, wait a second, these two players have a hand. Wow.
Count your blessings there, Fletcher. Count your blessings. You're still in it.
Isn't that pivotal? Because if Fletcher manages to come back from that, look, if I'm Adrian, I'm glad it's not a 5 or a 3. That would have boated up Fletcher and taken him to...
chip leader.
Am
I wrong there?
Mathematics. 16 down to 15. Yeah.
Yeah, chip leader by a million.
Yep. You're on the ball.
Not going to lie, I took a lucky guess there. Took a lucky guess. My maths ain't that
good at gambling you are then.
If you ask the right people, yeah.
Yep. Anyway, here we go again. Fletcher this time raising the ace 10. Adrian happy to come along with the 9-7 a board that really doesn't really help anyone.
I get a small bet here from Fletcher. That's what I would do with an ace high. Nope, goes for the check.
He's just so strong heads up.
Yeah.
That there's a matter of pot control here. Actually, I'm not going to try and analyse this too much. He's got outs to a straight again if he binks a 3. But also, it allows if he's got a hand like 9-7, which he does. Fletcher checking allows Adrian to bluff with those kind of hands, and which
That's exactly what he's done.
Which is what he's done, but Fletcher's had to relinquish the hand because if Adrian's got any part of that board, then ace-10 high is not looking too great.
Well, whichever way this poker tournament goes, whoever wins, they're going to both be celebrating tonight.
Absolutely. It's a score that Fletcher's been chasing for a while.
Yeah.
He's put in the work, and Fletcher's last Hendon Mob entries back in March of this year. Nothing. So Fletcher has not picked up a score higher than $2,500
Really?
since 2023.
Oh, I'll be happy with that one. Look at that.
Oh, sorry, he's got one score of 2750 in August of last year, but he hasn't collected over $3,000 for anything since August of 2023.
Yeah, he's celebrating.
So, congrats, Fletcher, just for this run alone, making it this far. As we see Adrian flat with the ace-jack and Fletcher defend. Oh, sorry, just check his option.
So looking for that 8.
He's flopped a gut shot draw. He's going to have a stab. Adrian with the lead, and Fletcher decides to come along. Not much help from that turn card. Imagine a lead here from Fletcher. No, checks it out.
Yeah,
And
anything's possible in this game.
Adrian again fires a second barrel, goes for 500,000, 1/3 pot, and it's going to be good enough to take it down. So again, this heads-up battle is a tale of two players kind of returning to form. It's been a long time between drinks in terms of a big score for either of them. Of course, we should point out that Adrian's picked up 3 5-figure cashes in September alone, but
Yeah, huge.
by a player of his standards, he's not played a whole lot over the last 2 years. And it's good to see him find a deep run.
You know, I don't know about you, but if I was in any one of their positions here, right, I wouldn't even be playing for the extra 30,000. I'm playing for that trophy.
Yeah, it's yeah. There are a lot of players that would agree with you there. Obviously, 30 grand is 30,000, and you'll get a lot of players that have that mindset, but also they don't want to be disrespectful to.
Of course.
To what is $30,000?
Of course.
But
it's a lot of money.
Yeah, the pay jump could be 2,000, and they'd both be playing the same way as they are now.
Exactly.
So,
I did take home a trophy actually, the last King series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the smallest one though, the series saver. But a win's a win, right?
Series saver's a series saver. Again, not much doing in this hand, and it's pretty standard for a heads-up battle.
Yeah,
To get
the
both
aggressor will take
players coming up with air. 4-liner to the straight now on the board. Any 6, any ace.
it down. Any bet wins.
Any bet wins is the prediction, unless...
No, we can't
Yep.
say. Not with the stack he's got. He's not making any moves there.
No. So again, the results so far, it all seems... It's all gone so quickly. Wenjing Zhang, the way that she busted, she jams with ace-8 suited, I'm pretty sure. The first elimination of the final table, she jams ace-8 suited, ace-jack folds, ace-9 folds, pocket 7s folds, and then it comes to the small blind who wakes up with ace king.
Oh, wow.
But she got it through the ace jack. She got it through the ace nine. She got it through the pocket sevens. You go, oh my God, everyone's folding.
Oh, I'm assuming no aces came out on the flop.
Might have been an issue if they did.
Yeah, that'd be weird, wouldn't it? Queen
Anyway.
5e for Fletcher.
Yeah.
King deuce suited for Adrian.
Yeah, there's a lot of just... So when you're playing heads up, position is important, so you want to be calling a lot from the button.
A lot of paired boards that we're seeing
Yeah,
here, aren't
that's
we?
true. So you're going to see a lot of limping from the button just to try and see a hand in position.
Might have to give this dealer a nickname. Pair boy.
Pair boy.
King of the pairs.
Paired boards.
Paired boards.
Again, still a mountain to climb for Fletcher.
Excuse my ignorance, but how long is the shot clock? 30 seconds?
30 seconds, yeah. Not ignorant at all. A very fair question. They get 6 time bank chips, and then that resets when you make day 2, when you make day 3, when you hit your final table. It's
6 ain't much though, is it?
6 is not much, no. If you get in a big spot where you need to use up 2 or 3 of them, it doesn't leave you with many to survive with. So again, king high, finding a call, and Adrian's going to bump it up to 750,000 to 800,000 with the 8 deuce off, reminiscent of Fletcher taking this line with the 8-3 off. And he's happy to take this in position, so he's made the call, and now Adrian's panic stations internally, especially after that flop. But it's, as we can see, no good for either of them. And goes check, check on the Jack 10-3, deuce on the turn, and Adrian now turns the best of it. Bear with us, just some communication happening between us and the media team. Again, Chris Waddy here as your anchor. I'll be coming to you through your earpieces and your speakers over the course of the next week or two. No, the next week, sorry. Through till next Monday here at the Sydney Million Series. Our streaming schedule is live. We have which events we'll be streaming. Tomorrow is the Players' Champs Day 2. Be bringing guests in and out. We started the day with John Coutus. You might know him as the guy with no legs. Born that way, and spoke about his childhood growing up and how his parents had the the choice whether to put it simply, whether to keep their child or not. Basically, if you met John, you'd see that he's got a pretty clear predicament. He's literally got no legs. So
I think I saw him.
Goes around on that electric wheelchair. And what a life he has made for himself. He's a motivational speaker. He loves playing poker. He enjoys the game, and he's definitely one of the funniest people I've had the pleasure of spending some time with. He was an absolute blast on the stream. Some of the quips he kept coming up with, priceless. So we had him earlier. And we got Fletcher, who has dwindled his way down to a stack of sub 10 bigs as the blinds go to 200,000, 400,000.
Nothing special.
So with the blinds going up, Fletcher down to 10 bigs. Adrian still very healthy, 60 odd. And 7 deuce will not be giving Fletcher much help there in the big. And Adrian makes the call. And don't think Fletcher's going to do much with this. I think his facials have just given a little bit away. I don't know how good his poker face was in that case. He had to guess what his hand was based on that reaction. 7 deuce wouldn't be about. Okay.
Let's see his reaction now, eh?
And you just see his face just go stone. No reaction. And he's thinking about Vegas and the Mirage right now. That's one of the flops of all time.
The question is, will he get a double up from it? Guess it all depends on what the next cards are, eh?
Imagine raising on that board.
No.
Imagine.
That'd be a YouTube clip for days. Oh, wow. Have a look at this.
Money's going in.
This is what we call an action flop.
The money is going in.
In what situation does Adrian put Fletcher on a 7 here? In any world?
No.
It would be very hard to win it.
You'd have to pick up on the most incredible live read of all time. Yeah, I think Adrian's just almost put him in.
You'd have to shove here.
Yeah. Let's see the reaction. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. There it is. So Adrian is drawing to, he needs 3 more 5s to come out. He needs another card. He needs an ocean. He needs a lake, and he needs a reservoir, and that.
Back to the...
So Fletcher keeps himself in, and all he had to do was flop quads. It was that easy. All he had to do was flop quads and make sure that his opponent turned a boat.
Yeah.
And that's all you need to do to find a double up in these games, you know?
It's the skill set of a poker player, that one.
Well,
absolutely no luck in it whatsoever.
$88,000 on the line, and if he ends up winning it from here, he can thank that hand for getting him on the right path.
Most definitely. Got him back to a bit of a comfortable position here.
Well, 20 bigs is always a good spot. Can't be upset with that. And Fletcher with a nice hand there. There's just so much calling going on, and I get it. You want to be taking hands post as much as possible.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what kind of hands we'd want to be raising with heads up. Everyone's got their own kind of heads up strategy, but it seems like they're approaching it in a similar way. That's the black flop, but not quite the black that Fletcher was hoping for. He's hoping for some more clubs, but Binks a 7, and Adrian's got to pair himself with the 5 and check it through, and now that means any 6 makes a straight in this spot. And it's check flop, and I don't know if it'll be much different on the turn. Might be worth having a stab, which Adrian does.
And Fletcher's looking for a spade here, of course.
Club.
Are they clubs or spades?
No. So there's 2 spades on the
yeah,
flop.
sorry.
So we've got a smaller screen than usual, just briefly while they're tinkering with some features.
I did warn you before of my.
Yeah. So Yaz doesn't have his glasses.
I left
with him
my
as
left
well.
my glasses at home, so trying my best to squint and get these.
Okay, well,
Get these hands
Adrian blasting into Fletcher, who picks up trip 7s, and he doesn't find a raise there because there is the obvious possible straight there.
Yeah,
So he just calls the 1 big blind bet and goes up to 26 bigs. The chip lead has gone from quite dominantly in Adrian Pacheco's favour now to 2-1. Still comfortable, but Fletcher is much happier with this ratio than what it was before.
Well, we can have a look and then just talk about it if you want.
We're talking about a chop there, I believe.
Play for
Yep.
some and chop some as well. It's up to you if you want to keep playing. It's up to you because you have chip lead. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, you can talk. Yeah, 100%.
All right, so if you've picked up on that.
Decide not to if you don't want to as well. Sweet.
All right, well, Fletcher has proposed the idea of looking at the numbers. So he's found a double up. Like
Yeah.
we said, it's a 2-1 chip lead. Fletcher, 10 million in chips. Adrian, 21 million. And Fletcher dealing with that as respectfully as you can hope for from his perspective, telling Adrian that he completely respects whether he wants to look at a deal or not. He's the chip leader. He's entitled to make the decision.
Now, what's the ruling on the deals that you can make here?
There's virtually...
Can you turn around and say 50-50, or does it have to be a?
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure they can propose whatever they want. I'm assuming they might look at ICM first as a base. I don't think there'll be any 50-50 going on. I doubt that will be the nature of the deal.
No, of course not. Because I know.
But you can if you want to.
Yeah, a lot of tournaments these days don't even allow deals. It's just ICM split or nothing. So that's the only reason why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, no, there's like you can, depending on the numbers. So if we have a look at what's available, there's 88,000 and then 57,245. So.
It takes one hand to completely flip the chip lead.
Exactly. It can all change in an instant, and that's the purpose of these kind of deals that they make. And there's some footage of players on the rail.
All of them got their fresh fades for the tournament. Yeah, counting the chips now, making sure.
So there's $145,000 left to play for. So you can see something like they could play for 70 grand each and play for the extra $5 grand or something like that. So you can really manipulate it to whatever you like. Each player can lock up a certain amount. So Adrian can guarantee himself, 75 grand, and Fletcher can lock up 70 grand,
I think the only reason why I asked the question of can they make a deal is because I believe in the last series, in the game that I won, I think we were told you can only do an ICM split.
Oh, wow, okay. Well,
I could be very wrong here. I could be very, very wrong. But
I doubt that to be the case, but if that's what happened to you, it's what happened to you. But I will, I'll definitely propose the question.
They are counting the chips too.
Yeah, so they've got to. So I believe they're going to look at ICM.
I might actually go find that answer out for myself. I'll be back.
Okay. Thank you, Yaz. So Yaz Haddad there, a legend of a bloke and quite a funny guy, heavily involved in the radio industries. In a number of podcasts and radio shows, and does some funny skits and that online. And likes to play poker every now and then, and I catch him at my local, whether it's Bella Vista Hotel or Hillside Hotel. He's good fun to catch up with at the table. I just popped out, saw him and said, I want to hop in the booth. He's no stranger to a microphone, so he joined us for a bit. There's the rail there, Fletcher with plenty of supporters. Still finalising the counts, and you can see ICMizer on Dennis's phone as he says hello. Matty Marshall there in the background doing a wonderful job putting this stream together. So Adrian and Fletcher there having some conversations, looking at the numbers, hydrating themselves whilst the mini main and the Players Champs is on in the background.
So you both, but that's plus Sydney the main event ticket. So that's on top.
And now Dennis is showing them the numbers. And I'm going to try and read off Dennis's phone. Okay. All right, looks like, according to ICM, Adrian can lock up one second.
We've got some clapping in the background. Looks like they've kind of agreed to something possibly.
Okay, so the 88,000 is inclusive of the 2K ticket for next year. So it's technically 86 and 55 are the initial payouts. And so what they've done is Adrian has locked up $75,942. And Fletcher is locking up 65,302. And look at that, celebrations with the rail. Fletcher is stoked. He's locked up himself. He's locked up a best live cash of 65,000 in his career. That is 30,000 more than his previous best. So congratulations, Fletcher. And as for Adrian, that is his biggest cash since...
Are we allowed to raise the blinds, or is that not allowed?
Since February 2023.
Fletcher's asked if they're allowed to raise the blinds to get the game.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. So it's currently 200, 400. They're bumping up the blinds to 250,000, 500,000. So they've skipped one level.
Yeah.
Yeah, start at 500k big blind.
Okay, so they're moving to a 500k big blind, as you can hear through the table mics. And once again, those numbers, Adrian has locked up $75,942. And Fletcher has secured himself 65,302. Happy days for the two gentlemen. They are playing out for the win. They do want that trophy. That is what they will continue to play for. But in terms of the money, they are both happy with the numbers.
Not a bad day in the office, right?
Not a bad day in the office whatsoever, Yaz.
The question is now, will they continue to play the way they were playing before, or do you think
they might loosen up slightly?
Yeah.
I'd like to see a bit more racing from the button. Yes, there's value in, forcing your opponent to play their hands whilst you always have position, but I want to see some chips going to the middle, but might not matter as much now with the blinds being accelerated. So yeah, it's now 45 bigs versus 19 bigs. Still plenty to play with, so absolutely won't just be seeing a shove fest. We might, but it's not guaranteed. Well, it's not likely.
Yeah.
So there's still lots of playability.
Yeah, fucking over on it.
So those numbers, pretty much $75,942 for Adrian, $65,302 for Fletcher. And on top of that, they each get a 2K ticket for next year's main event at the Sydney Millions.
Both players have been missing the flop quite significantly the last couple of hands, haven't
That's just the nature of heads-up poker. Unfortunately, from a viewer perspective, it can be a little bit rough. to watch. However, Adrian did pick up an open-ender on that flop, so...
Quick fold from Fletcher there with his ace high.
Yep. So again, blinds have been accelerated. ICM deal has been done. Congratulations to both players. We must say, a fantastic result for each of them. Like we've alluded to, Adrian had a fair bit of a hiatus throughout most of 2024. Returned to the scene over the last month or so. With great success, you know, hard to, you know, once you're a good player, it's hard to fall out of that habit. You know, once you're good, you stay good. And
I have to mention something that I've just noticed.
yeah.
Adrian's got those aviator glasses, right?
Yeah.
I'm 90% sure they're mirrored glasses. He wouldn't be wearing them and looking at his cards, would he?
I'm going to highly doubt it.
Have a look at him.
Okay, we'll have a look at it.
Have a look at the glasses.
Oh, Fletcher with top pair up against Adrian's ace-king. You can imagine, like, Adrian might continue here. Looks at the chips. Bets 500,000. Well, they're going to be hard to get a reflection when they're on his head facing that way.
Of course, but I'm saying, you know, as a poker player, puts him on in a tough hand and you see all his cards as he looks at them. Because they're definitely mirrored, right? You know who did that? Kim Kardashian did that once in a celebrity poker game.
Oh, really?
She wore mirrored glasses. You can every time she looked at her cards, you'd see them. I think Adrian's smarter than that, though.
So you're calling Adrian... No, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there.
I said Adrian's smarter than that. That's why they're on his head, not on his nose.
Yeah. I honestly think that you don't need Kim Kardashian to have mirrored glasses on to have an advantage against her in a poker game.
You never know.
I'll take my odds. All right. We get a limp and a check. The heads up here. Fletcher playing 20 bigs. Adrian Pacheco 44. The deal's been done. They've locked up cash. Pretty much 76k for Adrian, 65k for Fletcher, plus a 2k ticket for each of them at the next year's APL. Sorry, I'm in autopilot. At next year's Sydney Millions, not APL Million. I apologise. Lots of millions going around this. The Aussie Millions coming back next year. You have a million, but everyone calls it the Millions. And then you got the Sydney Millions as well. Everyone likes the word million.
It's a motivating number, that one.
Yeah. It's a nice number. But so is $75,942.
Wow, of course. I'll tell you right now, if the cards keep coming out this way, it's going to be a long game.
Yeah. We need a bit of a cooler. It's what we needed for most of the tournament to get results done. But as things become more and more short-handed, the higher the likelihood of whiffing boards and not connecting. And well, if you are connecting, chances are your opponent hasn't, and you're not going to get much value. So.
That's right.
It's been a wonderful time here in the commentary booth. It's been... how
long have you been in here today?
Since about 6 o'clock.
6 p.m.?
Yeah, not too bad. But I was... woke up in Townsville this morning. I've been on 2 flights. Townsville to Brisbane, Brisbane to Sydney. Left the airport, came straight here. You can see my 2 pieces of luggage.
You've got your suitcases here with you.
two of them right there. I've not slept in my own bed in nearly 2 weeks.
Wow. What are you travelling for?
Just there was a APL series up at Townsville, so just doing their media, doing their photography and that.
You are the poker man.
I had a blast up there. It's Poker in Paradise. I would start work at like 10 or 11 a.m. after the breakfast buffet, of course, and then do what I need to do till about 2 or 3. I'd escape to the pool for about an hour or 2.
What a difficult life you live. What a hard life.
Oh, I shouldn't mention the next bit where I had a cocktail or 2. They've got the splash bar. You swim up to the bar.
Oh yeah. Never been a fan of those, to be honest.
Oh, once you go to this one, you'll be converted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had the mango daiquiri slushy. And then
very fancy of you.
Clock back into work after a shower and work till about 4 or 5 in the morning, and then wake up the next day at 8 or 9. Breakfast buffet. Start at 11. pool at 3, back to work till about 5 in the morning, rinse and repeat for 8 days straight. So I haven't slept a whole lot.
You get a good sleep tonight?
There's a fair chance that I will not wake up until about 5 p.m. tomorrow.
A man's got to get his rest.
But after the work's been done. All right, 5 on the river for Fletcher's going to be good enough here.
I think
As we begin a new hand.
Bit of a delay there on the...
Yeah. It's going to happen. We're just talking about how usually this is a 2-person job. One person manages the stream, takes care of this setup so that we can see what we're doing. They make sure that things are moderated, that the internet's good, and that the stream's going to YouTube and Facebook at the same time, and that everything's working from a production standpoint. And then on top of that, you have a tracker that you got to write how much a player bets, which player bet that amount, and when they fold and when they call. And to do both at the same time, rough gig. So kudos to you, Matty Marshall.
Fletcher's found himself a top pair here with the Queen. And
second pair.
Second pair? Oh, yeah, sorry, my apologies.
That's all right.
Didn't see that lovely
They
king.
keep each other honest. And so this is a funky hand. Adrian checks. Fletcher bets 1 big blind. Adrian clicks him to 1 point. Oh, I cannot read. I cannot tell which pixel. Adrian raises to 1.1, I think. Yeah, 1.1, and Fletcher calls.
Adrian's been making these moves for the last 30 minutes or so, but he's found himself in a position here where...
He's bet 3 million. He's bet about a half pot.
Yeah.
Sorry, he's bet pot.
Full pot, I believe.
Yeah, wow.
And Fletcher's obviously got his 2p. He ain't going anywhere with that.
He's going to just...
All in.
Stick the all in the middle, and Adrian cannot do anything with 10 high against a jam. And I think we're about to see a swing be reflected at the top of your screen in the counts. For the first time in this heads-up battle,
Quite even, I believe.
Fletcher Smith has the chip lead. Again, bear in mind, both players have secured themselves a guaranteed payout, so no matter what happens from here, Adrian will take home $75,000. Fletcher will take home $65,000. So the money is locked up. They are now playing for the title. As we just await the graphics, so bear with us. Apologies for this, guys. We are seeing what you are seeing. We are in our own little corner of the room. We're actually in a different room to where all the poker players are. So we are riding along with you. We have no idea what is happening inside. It could already be over. It could still be going. We do not know.
I believe Fletcher's found himself here. Oh, there it is. Yep.
Trips, and he's going to be hard pressed to find any value from this hand, considering Adrian has 6 high at the moment.
Yeah, the graphics are a bit slow at the moment too.
Yep.
So
just like I said, juggling many jobs at once. I won't blame Matty too much. Juggling a multitude of tasks, and we can see on this river that we've seen in advance of the graphics reflecting it that. Adrian's picked up a pair of 6s on a paired board that's got 2 aces there.
and Fletcher's been playing this quite sneakily, to be honest with you. So I think we might see a raise here from Adrian, or maybe just a call. Yep, just a call there. Fletcher takes it down.
And he extends the chip lead from no lead at all to the lead to an extended lead. He moves to 36. sorry, he's going to move to 19,000 in chips. About 40 big blinds, just shy of 40 big blinds. Right on 40 bigs, thereabouts. And Adrian going to be left with about 24 bigs. Just waiting on those on the stream to update. There we go. And, oh, this is a hand.
Yep.
King 3 suited is a very friendly hand indeed, but as is Ace King of Clubs. There's a 3-bet and... Oh, King 3, it's a tidy hand heads up, but he's happy to quickly let go of it.
He's happy with the stack he's got in front of him. Doesn't want to lose it too quickly. I wonder if the stream can hear the music that we're hearing in the speakers here at this venue.
They try not to let it get too into the mic because they can get done for copyright really easily.
Of course.
So it's a pain sometimes to have the music in the venue. You obviously want it for the players' sake so that they can have a nice environment. And Big Slick has flipped itself around and gone to Fletcher this time in the offsuit variety. And this time he might get a customer with Adrian surely to come along with the Jack 9 off. And chips are in the middle, 5 million in the pot, going to a flop. And again, both players not really connecting with this board. Adrian, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, but it's Fletcher with the backdoor nut flush draw, so if it comes running clubs, which it won't.
Open
Now,
ender there.
Adrian picks up an open ender looking for a queen or a 7. Regardless, neither player should be getting paid here too much. Unless we see a dynamic river card.
Is Fletcher going to make a move here with Ace King? What do you think?
Well, Adrian's let out with his open ender, and Fletcher not going anywhere just yet with the Ace King high.
Can this river change anything?
One way to find out.
And he can.
Difference is that Adrian's got to barrel again in order for more chips to go Fletcher's way, because if Fletcher bets, it's hard to see Adrian coming along for the ride with what is just simply Jack high.
In Adrian's head, obviously the only way to win this is to bluff at it, but I just can't see that happening.
Not after a bet of 3.5 million on this river.
Definitely not.
Look, if there's one thing I've learnt from poker commentary, it's not to use the word definitely too often. Reason being is Adrian is taking his time before coming to any decision. One thing we know almost for sure is that he's not calling. And the reason I say
There
almost is because we found a call with 10 high earlier.
Really?
You were here when he called off on the river with 10
yes.
high.
That was the first hand, I believe, that I sat down for.
So there's no definites in this game.
Very unpredictable.
But a fold made the most sense.
Chris, my phone is blowing up and I think I need to leave.
No troubles at all.
Pleasure having you on.
Yes, when duty calls. Thank you so much for joining me.
No, thank you, and I might return the favour. I'll be on Today FM moving forward as of next week, so no one knows that. That's actually the first time I've said it publicly.
No worries. Congratulations.
So
then.
I'll invite you on the show one day.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Yaz, thank you for coming on. Yaz Haddad there. Check him out on socials. He's an entertainer. Got quite a following online, I'm pretty sure. It's funny I say that, and I don't even think I follow him.
I don't know. There's one of those friendships where I just see him at poker and we go from there. Yeah, he's got 37,000 Instagram followers. So that was Yaz. I should follow him. There we go. Now he's got 37,001 followers. Yep. Good value. Quite a funny guy. Always a pleasure to spend time with. As we return to the action here as Fletcher picks up 2 pair. He's getting hit with the deck in recent times. And Reyes is going to get the job done for Fletcher, who extends his heads-up chip lead, and he is powering further and further towards this Colossus title. And it was almost all over not too long ago when his 5-3 for 2 pair was up against Adrian's 5 deuce, who had a straight and a deuce on the river. Put a straight on the board. Gave them each a chop. Saved Fletcher in that scenario. And that hand, where Adrian had 90% odds of winning, I'm pretty sure, would have handed Adrian that 88 grand on the spot and the title. So it just goes to show this great game that we play, how things can change in an instant and completely alter an outcome and lead to an entirely different parallel universe, if you want to get into Back to the Future terms or the idea of the butterfly effect. How remarkable it is. Now Fletcher goes for the jugular. There is no more raising, there is no more calling, there is all you can eat. Take it or leave it. If you want to play this hand, you must wager all of your betting discs. And Queen High is allowing Adrian the chance to ponder the possibility of calling. Just thinking what hands can be doing with. I really am trying to think of what's going on in his mind here. Queen High again, not terrible heads up, but facing a jam. He's still got 10 bigs. He's used up a time bank chip. He's staring at it again before coming to what I think is the right decision to fold. $53 bigs playing 11 bigs. And now we have what is shaping up to be an all-in and a call where Fletcher has Adrian dominated. King, Queen of Clubs up against Queen, Jack of Spades. This is quite possibly the final hand of the tournament as we see an alternate angle as both players sweat the run out. They've gone next to each other as we await the run out. Jamie on the camera. Adrian takes his seat again. Fletcher joins his rail as we see the flop come Queen, 4, 3. The turn is a 5 of hearts, needs to fade a jack, and the tournament, this Colossus, the champion is Fletcher Smith. He's already cleared his previous best live cash by more than $30,000, and now he has a title to go along with it, as well as this prestigious trophy. Congratulations, Fletcher. Let's see the reaction again on replay as the board ran out cleanly. Adrian, calm as always, knowing he's locked up the lion's share of the cash, the $75,000, but Fletcher gets the title and they embrace. Both players happy with the result there. Adrian not too disappointed, and look at that rail. What a reaction from his mates. Fletcher, the journey here to this stage, it's been a long, long road for him. A brief look at the Hendemore profile shows that it has been
that was insane.
2 years since he's collected a score of anything over $3,000, so he has absolutely demolished that. He's collected $65,302 plus a ticket to next year's Sydney Millions main event and a title. Fletcher, congratulations. What a supportive rail he's had following him this entire final table, this whole journey from 6 o'clock onwards when they returned with 18 players left. We spoke about his patient style, his discipline. He made some excellent folds. He navigated tough spots really well. And that there is his first title since May of 2023, where he collected 35 grand at the APT Gold Coast Championships. It is his third trophy overall, one at King's Cup Series at Kingsford for a 250 deep freeze. A 1,500 APT Players Championship title is the one we just mentioned. That was the $35,000. And now, $30,000 bigger than that. He's more than doubled his best live cash. Oh, sorry, he's nearly doubled his best live cash. How good. Congratulations, Fletcher Smith. And again, a congratulations must go in the direction of Adrian Pacheco, who, as we said, he's picked up 3 5-figure cashes throughout just this recent September. But prior to that, we haven't seen a whole lot of him since 2023, and that was the last time that he collected a title anywhere. But he won't be too upset with this result whatsoever. A deep run in a major tournament. Still plenty of time left in this series as well for another big score, another result, or perhaps another trophy. But Adrian walks away with $75,942 as well as that 2K ticket to the next year's Sydney Millions main event. Well, stay tuned for the winner post with the photo, the write-up, what is sure to be an exciting rail photo. There are the payouts on screen. A fantastic tournament, a wonderful structure. We've had some great guest commentators in and around the booth, from motivational speaker and comedian John Kudus to our Mark Liddell, the King's Room operator. And Zach Viger providing a professional perspective. Jamie Hall, resident photographer, popping in and out of the booth to help keep across all areas of the media here at King's Room and giving me a massive hand throughout the entirety of this process. And then at the end, Keo Wynn popped in for a chat. Just a regular player. And Yaz Haddad, radio host, 37,000 Instagram followers, and a very talented radio host. Thank you very much for joining me. I'm Chris Waddy. I'll be joining you for the next few days here at the King's Room series for this Sydney Millions. I look forward to seeing you all joining us for tomorrow's Players Champs. We'll start streaming after the end of late rego. There's 2 levels of registration available after we get started from 6 o'clock onwards tomorrow night here at King's Room at St George Leagues. Come on down. The 200K guarantee has already been smashed. We'll see you here tomorrow night. I've been Chris Waddy. Thanks for joining our coverage. We'll see you again soon. Congratulations once again, Fletcher Smith and Adrian Pacheco. Fletcher is our Colossus champion.
Player of the series. So if he finishes top 10 on player of the series, he'll win another ticket for next series, for next year. Another main ticket. Yeah, so that main ticket that you just won is for next year. Okay.